You're Batman.
There we go. Yes. Hi.
Is that what you're telling us? You're Batman.
Cool.
Awesome.
Great. Sounds good. Sounds good.
And also, no update on the map feed yet, right? I mean, even because like even if it was like, because if there would be a way to get it that where we can kind of sync it with the game feed that we're getting, right? Because as we've said before, the map feed is a very because like it really helps us a lot, because we can see, because then what we can talk about is not limited to what's being shown right here, right? Because we can talk about a lot more. So it helps us quite a bit in fulfilling our job description. So, but yeah, I mean, if we can get something like that, it'd be great. Or yeah, well, just let us share. Cool. But yeah, awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Speaking about appreciation, Nep, should we do a post thingy?
Probably.
You've probably already done the thing.
Yeah, you know what? I still have. You're so right.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I guess that. Because I'm not seeing. I guess there's one.
evening, everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of the PUBG Mobile National Championship NA wildcard. That is a mouthful. I'm Neptura. I'm very big in this frame, and I'm going to be joined tonight by DK. Hi, DK. How are you?
Yeah, I'm chilling, you know, pretty excited to be here. Looking forward to seeing what day 2 is going to be bringing on in. Yesterday was absolutely jam-packed with the action. The team's doing a lot of hard work, and we want to see them continue with the journey here today.
We sure do. I'm excited. We saw some epic action coming in yesterday over 6 matches, and I'm going to be very excited to see what we've got coming forward tonight. The leaderboards are still really close even after all that. Well, I say that. There was a bit of a lead that was made over the last 2 games of last night between first and second place, but apart from that, everybody else is super close together. So I'm looking forward to them closing that gap.
A tiny little gap. Very tiny little gap. Yes.
Yeah, but we have 2 Rondos coming up as well, DK, so I'm looking forward to all the chaos and the mayhem that we saw yesterday. Although, I want your opinion on this, DK, okay?
Yes.
So, yesterday, we were talking about how all the teams want to bring everything to the table on day number 1, get as many points as possible. Are we going to see as much action as we saw yesterday today? Because now everything's kind of settled. What are your thoughts here?
No, I think we're going to see more. We're not going to see the same amount. We're going to see more, right? Because it's day 2. The teams really need to step it up, right? Especially teams sitting a little bit further down the rankings. They need to bring quite a bit more pressure to the battlefield, especially if they want to stay relevant, right? Because as we know, there's only so many qualifying slots, right? So you can't delay anymore. You have to bring in the heat. You have to bring in the pressure. And if you can't, you know, stay in the kitchen, maybe close the oven, or I don't know, something like that, right? Whatever the saying is, that saying, that one, right? That's the one I was going for over there. And if the one I just made up is going to be the new one, I'll stick to it.
As we are going to be sticking to that, we're also going to be sticking to a 55K prize pool total over these stages, but that's still a heck of a lot of money to be handing out to all of these teams. So not only are all of our players vying for those top 4 spots to get to the PMGO regional finals, we're also going to be going for that prize pool as well. So a lot of money on the line here, and it all comes down to these final 12 matches over today and tomorrow.
Well, it's going to be a great opportunity for the teams to try and secure as much as they can, right? I mean, of course, right? The bigger share you can get of the prize pool, the happier day you're going to have in general, I'd say, right? Why not just go for all the dosh, try and get as much as you can, try and fill up that bank. Of course, if your name's on the screen, you have the opportunity to do that.
You sure do. We're looking at a lot of teams. Of course, all the teams that we saw yesterday coming back here today. 7 Deadly Sins, Abyss. Now, Abyss, we'll talk about them one by one here, but Abyss, I feel like we saw them really struggle yesterday. I think they were one of the only teams that genuinely struggled in every single match. The other teams we saw less or more of, depending on what game it was. Everybody seemed to have their moment, but Abyss had their moment in just going back to the lobby every single time, and it was really hard watch, really, because there was a lot of people in the chat actually really supporting them, and so they seem to be a really loved team. So it's unfortunate to see them struggle so much in the first day, but hopefully they're going to be able to come back. I don't know what they would need to do in order to do that, but hopefully they've done a little bit of revision for that, DK.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully all the teams have done that, right? Not just one in particular, but I hope that all the teams have done a little bit of homework. Nobody wants to do homework on a weekend, but sometimes you just have to. It's just one of those things, right? So, yeah, I want to see how the teams can look to improve what they've done yesterday, right? Quite a few teams having a pretty amazing run so far, but starting with 2 Rondos, that is going to change things up a bit, right? Normally, we see only 1 Rondo, so now having a back-to-back dose of that Rondo excitement coming through here, there's a big opportunity for the teams to really capitalize on that. And I'd say if you want to push for the qualifying slots, right, this is your opportunity. Then this is one of very few opportunities you have, because once we get into Miramar, once we get over into Erangel, that's where it starts to get a little bit more solidified, right? As we know, there are teams that just know how to play Miramar like it's their home turf, and other teams prefer Erangel over that. So Rondo is still a little bit of a wild card, I would say here. So it is a great opportunity to really capitalize and just go absolutely ham. I mean, we didn't see super ridiculous tallies when it came to the eliminations on the map of Rondo itself. Like the biggest one we had yesterday, there was game 2 was 15 eliminations, and game first was 18, and 18 was kind of, you know, to some extent a precedent that was set in there. But maybe we can see a 20 bomb getting dropped, right? Maybe we can get 22, 25, like pick a number. The sky's the limit, or the lobby's the limit. But either which way, try and do some pretty crazy things, right? Because if you need the points, this is your chance.
It really is. And you know what? You going back to that homework you were talking about with all these teams, I think every team has done their homework on AFL, right? Because they went sky high talking about all that chaos, talking about all that action, bringing home the points as well. Yeah, they're going to be sitting at 112 points over 64 of the second place and third place teams. So everybody is like, okay, we need to do whatever they're doing, or at least stop them from what they're doing currently if we want a chance. Because remember, there are only 4 spots to go to the PMGO regional finals. So 16 teams competing for 4 spots. AFL are at the top of that list, and so I think a lot of these teams are going to be really trying to thwart their plans, perhaps, as we look at our head-to-head here. Speaking of course, Alpha for Legends is going to be our AFL team versus Resilience. Resilience won our first Rondo and our last Erangel match. So both these teams won twice. So of course, AFL winning that back-to-back over Miramar and Erangel as well. And you're seeing that little bit of a breakdown here, DK. The damage is what catches my eye first.
Yeah, it's a slight difference between the two there, right? 236 versus 1,187. That's probably I guess that's probably the average damage per match that they've been able to bring on through. But having an average of 200 and then milking 74 eliminations out of 6 games. Hey, talk about opportunistic, right? Because that's the only way that it makes sense to me. But so just to talk about the thing that you were referencing, whatever Alpha 4 was doing yesterday, right? That thing that they did, it's called consistency, right? They were just super consistent every single match, right? Did the winner chicken dinners help? Yes, it helped a little bit. But outside of that, they were just like in the top 5 every single round. So if the teams can replicate that at the very least, I think that would give them a great opportunity to boost their overall point situation.
I agree, especially considering, right, that yes, there's a big gap, but the rest of these teams in the top 4, we're looking at Resilience, we're looking at NG Pro, and we're looking at Team Entity, actually. All 3 of those teams have done really well. They were very consistent in their own right, maybe to a lesser degree than AFL, but still super consistent when it comes to those points, just grabbing points. I mean, Resilience winning 2 games, NG winning a game, Team Entity managing 52 points without winning any of our matches yesterday. So we're starting to see that same consistency, just at a different sort of a different magnitude, I want to say. So if any of these teams can kind of just either thwart Alpha a little bit or just double down on their consistency here and make sure that they can clean up the rest of the teams, I mean, we're looking potentially at a pretty solid top 4 coming to the end of today. Yeah.
I mean, there's no arguing with that fact, right? So, and of course, that's where you want to be, right? You want to have a very comfortable position. You want to have a good serving of points coming your way, because as we know, there are limited seats available. So the team's got to do whatever they can to secure those points, to secure those seats. And it's going to take some hard work, but you know what? That's kind of part of the game here, right? That's what the teams need to bring to the battleground. That's what they need to bring to the table as well. And I'm excited to see exactly how the teams are going to look to accomplish that, right? Are they going to try and up the ante from yesterday? Are they going to stick to what they did yesterday? Well, if it worked, sure, do it, right? If not so much, yeah, change it, right?
Yeah.
Find that strategy that could elevate your gameplay, and I'm excited to see what that will be.
Well, you're talking about teams that don't necessarily didn't have it all figured out yesterday. I'm looking at the bottom of that leaderboard board, right, I'm looking at Abyss, I'm looking at Olympo, and I'm looking at Overrated, which I'm surprised to see Overrated there, actually, because they did do some pretty good plays. We did see them pop off from time to time. They just weren't able to convert those points over. What do you think maybe they have to do, based on yesterday's performance, that we should see them changed today to actually do something better?
Well, I would say for Overrated, maybe be a little bit more confident in your approach, right? Just follow through, right? If you're gonna rush, go in, clean it out, off you go, boom, bang, boom. You know, job done, points in the bag, move on to the next, right? That's what I'd like to see. Is that a realistic approach for them? Yeah, I mean, it could be. That could be the approach for any of our teams, right? So, consistency and just being confident, right? Because we've seen this in other PMNCs as well, where teams play through a group stage, for instance, right? And they perform like absolute legends, and then they come to the finals, and it's like, what do I do now? It's like, do what you've been doing, bro. Like, just keep going, right?
All of it.
Bring that same aggression, bring that same kind of force to the battlefield. As I want to see the teams try and play better than they did yesterday, right? I mean, that should be your goal, your aim most of the way, is always try to improve. And so I want to see how far the teams can look to take that here today.
It's going to be interesting to see how far they really do take it. I'm thinking that your idea for these teams at the lower end of the leaderboard is actually really what they need to do, because they do have tomorrow as well, right? This is in some ways the day to actually do those crazy plays and just go all out and take as many elims as possible. Give yourself the best chance for tomorrow, because if you wait too long, if you play the same way or similar to how you played yesterday, you play that way today, you're not going to get anywhere, because the teams that have the momentum from yesterday, from doing well yesterday, are just going to run you over. So you've got to really take back a little bit of respect amongst these other teams today, and then you can play carefully tomorrow, right? That's where all the teams are going to start playing a bit more careful. So yeah, definitely day 2 for these teams is going to be the real decider on how they're going to end up on that final leaderboard.
I think also an approach that you could potentially consider here is day 1 is where you kind of just get a feel for what the lobby brings, right? And what the kind of approach is coming in from the teams. Day 2, you've now already concluded your notes from day 1, right? Day 2, you implement said notes, right? Implement said improvements, and just go out here and have a blast, right? If that means that you run away with the eliminations, oh no, right? Don't do that. Maybe do more of that, right? Bring it in, back the heat. And speaking about heat, though, Liquid Esports, they are going to get this party underway as they find themselves here in quite a bit of a hot spot. I mean, Danching, I don't think I've ever seen this location have so many teams situated within it.
You're right. It has been a popular hot drop in the past, but in this lobby, it wasn't really anything yesterday, so really interesting to see that come to light, as you said. And we're also going to see, of course, Neox Factory. I think Danching is a pretty good hot drop in terms of its location, not necessarily its size, but definitely location. You know, it's right in the middle of the map, so, you know, it's most likely that the zone is going to go your way, and so it gives you a little more time to actually clear that area out. We do see some elims via grenade in that elim feed. Love to see that coming on through there, as we're just going to keep our attentions over here onto Neox and AFL. Bonds, they're going to be trying to do something here. Looks like it's them versus Resilience. That's going to be the first versus second place team. And of course, you know, first game of the day, first recalls going to be used here, first lives being spent here. It's not going to be the end of the world if you go out right now, but still, points matter. Every elim is a point, and those points do add up to 112 if you're AFL.
Yeah, I mean, they do have 74, right? They have bucket loads of the things. So they can run around and they can just give everybody one, and they'll still have some to spare, right? They go like, you get a elim, you get a elim, everybody gets a elim. Hopefully it's not at their own expense, right? But either which way, we'll see how this one is going to pan out here, as we have already quite a few locked in. The players there from the side of the L officials coming through with a bit of a runaway performance, right? 3 already locked. Can they find more? And of course, no surprise to see a majority of the carnage and chaos currently erupting up here in the Neox factory area. But can this be that opportunity for Resilience to maybe go over and above, right? You got the NG Pros, Blinky cooking up a nade. Can't hold on to that too long. It does bring in a bit of a boom, but you don't want to be the one to feel it, right? You want to be the one to give it. Like, just throw it away. Go like, here, you take it. Wow. But interesting, I saw the M24 lying on the floor over there.
And nobody took it?
Yeah, they don't want to go for they don't want to go for the big booms yet.
I mean, I suppose it makes sense if I have to very begrudgingly give them that because it's close range right now, but somebody better pick it up later on because super useful. Although I suppose they're probably going to be going with those DSRs potentially. It's just a little bit. It's a Car 98, but with the reload speed and the what's the other thing called, the in between bullets? What's that called? Help me out here.
The thing in the bobby.
Yeah, the thing. Yeah, you know the word though. The I can't remember. I can't remember. He's laughing evilly now. So we're gonna move on. What?
Yes.
Hang on.
That's what we'll do.
Wait. Hang on.
Yeah.
He was chucking cover flares out the window.
Yes.
That's interesting. I wonder if he's trying to get that recall on himself, potentially. I'm not sure what's going on there. But sure, we'll see how it goes as the zone is going to go over, this time to the southeast side. So Jadina City is going to be definitely in there. I wonder if anybody's going to take over Tinlong Garden as well. It's a really cool compound that I hope we see a lot of in endgame zones on Miramar. On Rondo. Just because it's such a great place, but it's surrounded by these really tall hills. A zero impact Aaron is surrounded by a few of the players from Team Liquid on either side, trying to go around with the shotguns. Gets one. Oh, that's deep getting one. There we go. Aaron's going to finish that one on up. Let's see. Team Entity now. Oh, with the nade. Might just go really nicely cooked over the top here. No, going to go a little bit too far this time. Yeah,
I mean, Team Entity, they were trying to go deep on that, but unfortunately it didn't really pan out for them. Now it is going to get be Neon. That will get wrapped on up here. Let's see whether or not Zero Impact could maybe follow through and keep the ball rolling. It's a nice setup though, coming through from Team Entity, right? Yes, it's not particularly ideal to have one of your players as singled out here as we have it, but maybe Deep can lock it in. There's going to be a full send here as Zero Impact looks to clean it up. Oh, there we go. That definitely is a tactic, right? I mean, if you go out hunting for all the solos, the ones that could be looking to revive their team, I mean, you could be taking care of business like it's no one's business.
I mean, in some ways, that's an interesting play that you kind of talk about. That could be a strategy of just hunting those solos on those recall stations, because you hunt down those solos, you have a much better chance of eliminating as many teams as possible much more quickly, allowing there to be a lot more space for the remaining teams in those later stages of the game. So, you know, you're not allowing those recalls to be made. And so that's going to eliminate teams a lot more quickly. So that is something maybe to think about, especially if you're making an early rotation, you're all looted up, you've not done that hot drop, and then you just go around to all those recalls. It could be an interesting strategy.
Yeah, I mean, you're just out there cleaning up, right? Making sure that the competition kind of stops right there. But at the same time, you're also preventing yourself from getting those additional eliminations, right? So there are pros and cons to that strategy. So a lot of thought needs to be put in that. Let's start that, right? No, I'm joking. Anyway, we are going to be looking to see whether or not Danching is going to be under control of just one team, or whether or not there'll be a little bit of contention boiling on through there. Speaking about contention, the two teams contending for 15th and 16th on the overall rankings right now find themselves in a bit of an altercation here. It is going to be Abyss and Olympo. It is going to be Ghosty. He's going to get popped on the edge there, just managing to avoid the shots, at least for the time being. But things are looking pretty tough on the side of Abyss. As the utilities now fly in, it is going to be Pierre there on the front line, just trying to navigate where those utilities need to be placed. But Akshat, though, needs to be careful. if he extends that position a little bit too far, that could spell disaster. Instead, they are going to try and bounce back. You can see the numbers now looking to strengthen on through as Mamba looks to pull up as well. But a beautiful off-angle approach coming through from the side of Olympo. This is exactly the tactic they need to apply here. Ooh.
Oh, very nice spray coming over the top of that hillside there. Just making sure that Abyss can't push too far over. Not unless they want to get their teammate back up. The nades are going elsewhere on the map, but we're focusing right here. Olympo versus Abyss here. 3v3 it looks like. Yep, that's what I'm seeing. And that is going to be the initial Jens9 spray. Just trying to get anything there. Oh, but it's the versus the shotgun, and Akshat is not going to be able to do anything there. His teammates trying to back him up from the window. Not going to be able to do anything just yet. And that's just, I love when you use the shotgun because you're just jumping and hooting and hollering entire building. There's no walking. You're using mostly airtime to get through from one room to the other. And now Olympo, having flushed out Akshat, is now definitely a 4v3 now, as Olympo able to res their teammate back up. But how far do you push this, DK, right? Because you're starting to see teams from Black Storm and other teams as well, actually, just moving in that area. How long do you keep this going before you decide that it's not beneficial anymore?
That is a good question, right? And I mean, I think that kind of depends on the team and what they feel their capability is. But also, I would take into consideration what the zone's doing, right? So if you're well within zone, just keep going, right? Just because there's no reason for you really to be too phased about anything else. Just focus on engagement, try and clean it up as best you can. But if you are still a little bit of a distance away from zone, yeah, maybe keep an eye on the blue. Don't forget about that blue, because it definitely has quite a bit of an impact as to whether or not you could survive the onslaught, or maybe not. Ooh,
wow.
Also,
wow.
Utilities, right? Those things are nasty. You gotta watch out for that.
You really do, but this is what I was afraid of. Black Storm moving in like a well-oiled machine, just spreading in, and I think Abyss have, I mean, luckily for Abyss, they've actually cleaned Olympo up very quickly. Oh goodness, a really nice Molotov there. Followed up with a nade, a little bit too short because that would have gotten him, but at least one of the players of Abyss did get out. And so it might be just time for that revive to come on through, because Mamba is going to go on down, and that's going to be Ghosty trying to do something from an off angle, but he didn't go far enough. He's got to be really careful that Blackstorm don't chase him down here, because that would be really easy to do. Luckily for him, it looks like they're not going to do that. They're going to let this one slide as the zone creeps on in, but a really nice third-party cleanup from Blackstorm here.
Yeah, I like what they're doing. Let's see how this is going to develop now, as we are waiting on Silence Esports to come through with a bit of a response here. 7 Deadly Sins right alongside them. Daga's beautiful jump shot coming in, getting the job done, but they're not out of the woods just yet. And of course, it might be short-lived, as we can see. Zero Impact also now starting to descend down upon this position. So quite a bit of tension now starting to build up here as Aaron and everybody else just rushes on forward. Not even waiting to gather information, right? They're just like, you know what, there's somebody here. Let's rush, let's go, let's get the points, and let's move to the next place.
Yeah, indeed. I like this approach, though. It's the quick cleanup of the slightly impatient, right? It's like, yeah, we don't want to be sitting here forever. We're just going to go in guns blazing and see what happens. I mean, on the first Rondo of the day, that's probably the match where you want to do that. But we will see what comes of it now, as actually Zero Impact are up to 7 eliminations. This is looking really good for them. Zero Impact currently on the standings are... where are they? Number 8. They're at 8th place right now. So they're 4 places away and just over 20 points away from that top 4 position. So this is looking like a good shoot for them as they clear out Silence Esports. There we go. That's going to bring their total count up to 9 points on the board. Just inching closer to that top 4 position.
Hey, you know, up is up. Let's see how much these teams can continue to try and change it all. We're still waiting to see what Suix is going to be bringing in. We've only seen that one elimination come through for them so far. They have a very decent setup, I'd say, within the zone, right? A nice little bit of high ground over on towards that northeastern side. What was that wiggle woggle coming through with that utility? That is an interesting spread, but in the meantime, quite a few teams yet to rotate up in towards the zone. Of course, Resilience getting caught out in the blue as well, just on the very edge of it. but it is going to be Nucleotide looking to apply that pressure. We can see Goblin just there on the side. Is this going to be the opportunity for Resilience to maybe find a bit of a response, or is Goblin going to get the jump on them?
I sure hope not for their sakes, because they're looking really good. This is a decent start to their day. 7 eliminations on the board. Remember, current position with those 7 eliminations is still second place, but with 71. And AFL currently haven't really done a whole lot here. I normally would go, okay, well, they haven't done much. They're having a quieter game. Either they're holding back or they're, you know, they're struggling to find their spot, right? But AFL did this a lot, especially the second half of yesterday. So that does not make me confident that they're just, you know, having a slow game. I think this might just be on purpose, and so a lot of these teams have to be very, very careful of this team still. They cannot underestimate them just because they've only got 2 points right now.
I mean, but at this point, they don't even need points right now, right? So
True.
They can pretty much sit back, relax, go for a stroll in the park, in-game, obviously, right? Not IRL. It's going to be difficult to play PUBG while walking in a park. But either which way, they don't really have all that much to stress about, right? I mean, ideally, yes, we don't want to see them do nothing, right? Obviously, they want to try and just ensure that they can maintain that position. But if things don't go according to plan for them, at least for now, it's not going to be the end of the world, right? Once the teams get considerably closer, if Resilience, for instance, gets up to like 90 points and they are still on 116 or 114 points, yes, then I would say, you know what, maybe this would be a good time to get out there and, you know, get creative, right? Think of a few exciting things that you could look to do here. But other than that, right, they are probably the most comfortable team in the lobby right now. So the pressure is on everybody else, right? Can they step up and can they catch up to what AFL has done so far?
Especially with the setup that we're seeing AFL start to put into motion on the south side there. They're looking like they're setting up for another win. They're not going to let this one slide just because they got a lot of points. It really is up to these other teams to stop them, because, you know, if you're so far ahead, you don't want to stop that momentum, because what if you have a bad day today and then can't pick it back up tomorrow? You just automatically lose. And with 4 points, it's not going to, or 4 places rather, it's not going to be easy to get that back. You're going to lose your place in those PMGO regional finals. So definitely got to make sure you can keep ahead of the rest of the squads, as AFL are now going to be going up against Resilience. This is the first versus second place team here. Down off the ridge they go, and so far Resilience seems to be having the upper hand here. Hyuk trying to do something, trying to yuck some bullets his way, but absolutely not. Ruben's better off now. Bonds up to the chopping block and die on that off angle, unable to help. And Bonds are just falling apart there. They're going in one by one. My goodness me, it's just die left. I don't know if they have a recall. I don't even know if the recalls are still viable. I don't think they are right now, and that's going to be AFL. And a surprising turn of events, getting absolutely demolished by Resilience.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, but they still have one player in the fight. Speaking about fights, though, there's a big one, as the NG Pros are going to be the next team taking that seat. Off they go. 3 eliminations to the overall tally is what they have to work with. But let's see, can Suix now come for a bit of a comeback, right? Is this going to be that game? Yesterday, they got off closer to the end to, I would say, pretty good pacing, right? I liked where they were going with the whole flow. Can they kind of pick up where they left off yesterday? Or is this going to be a bit of a reset coming into them? We've got Belk also there right alongside Chucky. Chucky, didn't even say cheese. He just rushed in and let it loose with the S12K.
He sure did. He was not polite about it either. He was just like, bah, straight to the face. Back to the lobby with you. We want these points. It is important to point out that NG Pros are also out, the third place team, so that does give Team Entity a position in, maybe a gateway in, a doorway in. So 56 points currently. They need another 10. That could be just another win if they play their cards right. So we'll see how that goes, as Black Storm and OR, they're going to be going up against each other here. But it looks like they're getting backstabbed by Zero Impact. Zero Impact up to 11 elims now. Been really liking how they've been playing this game. It's been pretty aggressive throughout this match. but it is looking, you know, it's calculated, it's controlled at the same time. It's not too reckless. So I'm really liking what we're seeing from them tonight.
Well, let's see if they can take it to that next level. In the meantime, Karma and the rest of Overrated here have already been able to secure themselves those 2 eliminations. But can they find more, right? We want to see Overrated bounce back from yesterday, and this is exactly the opportunity they need. Nice bit of a lineup. Backstorm just ahead of them there as well. You got to watch out for that retaliation, though. AFL are going to be, well, OFF, right? Out they go as the door gets closed right up in front of them. But that is kind of to be expected, right? At some point, something's going to happen to these squads, and, you know, somebody is going to try to be an absolute menace. Soex, though, going out in 8th place. Well, that was 9th place. There we go. Out they are. So managing to hold strong and steady. But I like where this is going, right? Everybody is now just starting to ramp up the aggression here.
They really are. It's all being a bit chaotic right now. You're hearing those fights break out in the distance, so everybody is under fire right now. It's going to be Nepali Ballin trying to hold off these players now coming in. Zero Impact trying to threaten their eastern position. It's a good hillside to have. Oh, but Ballin does not know. He doesn't know he's behind the rock, and that's going to be him going down. Hopefully his teammate can help him in some ways. NTX now are the next to fall, but Ballin will be following NTX swiftly back to the lobby. And that's going to be the 14th elimination, but it is important to note, Zero Impact down to a duo right now. They have lost 2 players, and Aaron, if he's not careful, might just lose another here. That is the cover flare, but it's not going to do anything in time, and Aaron will go down. It's just down to 1 more player. Redemption trying to do something. He does get 1. Aaron's not going to be able to get back up right now. He's going to go on down, and it's just going to be Redemption left to do something, try to do anything he can. Zero Impact down to a solo. They've moved away now. So Redemption is left king of the castle, but at what cost, DK?
I mean, but this is pretty good pacing going through from the side of Zero Impact, right? 15 eliminations. That is insane for them. I mean, looking at what they've been doing yesterday, right? Half of yesterday's points they've been able to accrue in just the first game of today, right? Talk about changing things up. That is exactly what they are looking to do here. So let's see, can they unlock that next level, right? Can they push it all the way to the very end? So far, things are looking pretty challenging as we have even more aggression just mounting all over the place. But we did see the players there from the L officials being the next squad to take a bit of a seat. Now it is down to the top 5. I like what Blackstorm is doing here as well, right? 10 eliminations up, locking in those double digits. And this is where we get to see just how much of a move the teams can really equate to here. Is Overrated, the only team currently held onto that bottom side of the leaderboard. But with how things are going now, that might be where they end up after this match as well, right? Not a major bit of movement coming their way, but they can still play for placement points.
They absolutely can. I mean, top 5 is a really good position in a normal game. You know, 3 eliminations, top 5, that's very normal, a very normal result, especially for the first game of the day. So I'm not going to say that it's like, oh, it's a bad game for them. It's not. This is a decent game. Unfortunately for them, teams like Resilience coming in here with 14 eliminations, you know, and also the top 5 kind of overshadow that, but still, Shanks could do a lot still here. Redemption able to duck behind that cover, but he gets taken out by his own cover flare. DK, I don't know if that was on purpose, but surely he wanted to live just a little while longer.
Yeah, that is what you want to try and push for. Let's see whether or not anything is going to come through from that, though. Resilience now getting absolutely battered and bruised on the edge as they're trying to hide away. But there's nowhere left to hide, right? You only have to send it, and that is your only option. Ruben going to try and play a slightly more tactful approach. Still got to watch out for Shanks, who we can see up towards that northern side. But I don't know if Shanks is aware of the players positioned ahead of them. Meanwhile, Team Entity, though, they are just going to full send it, right? Just rushing forward into the zone, going to try and double down. But let's see if Resilience can lock it in. As the aggression now comes to their doorstep, they have to hold steady. Marion taking quite a bit of damage here, quickly needing to just fall back from the engagement. But will Team Entity send it deep? The utilities flying through. The damage is starting to hit. Oh, one well-placed nade could definitely blow quite a bit of a gap in the side for both of these teams.
Oh my goodness, Psycho as well with a great off angle, just really able to cut off Resilience's power over this fight. So really nice positioning coming in from Entity. I really like this team yesterday. They're just struggling to convert their strategies into points, and right now it seems like they seem to have cracked the code here. 7 eliminations isn't the most in the world, but top 3 looking really good for that win. It is entirely possible we will have Team Entity win this next game, but Ruben is going to try and stop that. Oh, that could be an excellent nade. It's a little bit late just because of the revives that have started to come through now. Nexus trying to get out of dodge here as the nades come flying on in, and maybe this is a bit too much. He was just a little bit too late, and that's going to be instant knock with those nades. Oh my, it's all just fallen apart. I should not speak praises of teams because it all goes very, very wrong. Psycho is left, so it is a 1v1v3, but all of a sudden Resilience looks like they have the upper hand.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got all the eliminations as well, right? 17 eliminations, almost hitting the highest that we've seen over on Rondo. Yesterday it was 18. Can they go the distance? We are sat here with 2 solos opposing the side here of Resilience, so they have a pretty good chance to lock this chicken into the bag. It's all gonna rely on Shanks, and of course Psycho. This is overrated, and the side of Team Entity, but I like what Psycho's doing here. Not gonna sit around and wait for the action. Instead finds the opportunity, heads onto Marion. Let's see whether or not Resilience can now bounce back. Ruben a little bit more separated, but this could be a beautiful off angle. I'm going to be keeping an eye on Shanks as well to see at which point he'll decide to move in towards that zone, because, you know, this is not quite the point to give the elimination out onto the blue zone. As you can see, Resilience kind of just trying to hunker down over on towards that eastern side.
It makes sense. It's a good spot. They've got all those cover flares, right? That's where that cover is for them. And it's very, very open once you get further into zone. But into zone they have to go, especially Shanks here. Just sneaking up behind Psycho. Psycho's got pretty much the only cover in the entire map. You see some buildings over to the south side, but I think those might be outside of zone. And certainly no one can get to them unless they have a vehicle and a lot of luck. But Psycho just going to be the last man standing for his team. Shanks, last man standing for his. We might end up seeing a 1v1 here. Never mind. Shanks gets spotted immediately. Down he goes. He's going to have to be happy with 3rd place. Here we go. Now this is going to be the full-on send. Psycho knows it. Trying to relocate because they know. Resilience knows where he is. They know what sort of sector he's at. And here come the vehicles. If they don't play this right, he still could win. We've seen it before. The 1v3 coming on through. He's trying to find something here. But he might just get a little too distracted. Remember, there is Ruben on the outside there. Maybe with those nades, but no, the close range is what they're going to go for. One goes down, but the second one grabs him and says no. Throws him back to the lobby from whence he came, and it is going to be Resilience taking our first winner chicken dinner. And DK, they're starting that cycle all over again. They won the first one yesterday. They've won the first one today.
Yeah, it's kind of a back-to-back victory here for them. So like the way that they are starting day number 2. But the big question is, right, have they been able to upset the point situation right now? Of course, for them getting 60-odd points in one game, I've never seen that happen. So I'm not expecting that to be the case, and that probably isn't the case. But did they close the gap considerably? Most likely, right? Looking at what we saw throughout this match, right, they really tried to go full force and, you know, close the gap up as much as they possibly can. So I'd say a really good performance coming through from the side of Resilience. Now they just got to keep that momentum, right? They just got to keep pushing throughout the entirety of the day, right? Just be consistent, right? They don't need another winner chicken dinner. I'm not going to say no if they do get one, but the consistency, right? If they want to
Yes.
try and catch up to Alpha Legends, this is how you do it, right? You start off with a winner chicken dinner, and you just keep staying in everybody's faces. Just go like, hey, I'm here. I'm still here. I'm still here. Ba 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 ba. Right? Just do that. It's easy.
It's
No,
super
not.
easy.
But
It's exactly
easy.
as you said it. Yeah, it's so easy. It's so easy, no, but GG's going over to Resilience here. You see that breakdown over the leaderboard, and I think it really just boils down to being an opportunistic team, right? If you're in a team in this sort of position and you see that there's some third parties happening, you see that there's some solos on one side of the map, you know where those weak points are, and if you take advantage of those, you're going to find yourself in a very consistent position. You know, you're looking for top 6, top 5. In this lobby, we've seen Resilience and a few other of the top teams do that very, very easily and consistently. So for them, it's not necessarily difficult, it's just trying to build sort of a strategy that makes it happen every time in a very strong way. You don't want to be in top 5 by the skin of your teeth. You want to be in top 5 because you decided to be in the top 5. So it's very much just a learning curve, I suppose, and trying to figure out the rest of the lobby and how that's all going to break down. As we see the breakdown of the match standings, yep, it's going to be 29 points, just 1 point shy of that 20-point mark that we all love seeing, but that's still an excellent result coming into the second day here.
Yeah, gotta like what's happening on the board here. I mean, overrated also. I like where this is heading, right? I mean, they were able to secure themselves 8 points, so that is definitely got to boost the overall positioning that they have coming into today's proceedings here. And I mean, that's exactly what you need to kick everything off, right? Going from 19 points and now adding 8 to that. Yeah, a decent serving of action coming their way. But we got to see what the rest of the lobby did, and of course what that point situation is over on the opposite side. Because if we're closing the top 8 with 5 points, that means that things might be a little bit more challenging over on that second half, right? And of course, without any further delay, here we are. It starts at 4 points and it ends at 1. So everybody is walking away with points, right? All those eliminations that we were talking about, this was that now getting handed out, right? Everybody getting elims throughout this match. So a good foundational start for day number 2. But of course, right, this is only about the start. They need to try and now build on this and do even better.
They do, and I'm looking at 3 teams in particular. Wait, hang on a second. MVP, of course, is going to be Malcriado. I'm not saying that right, but I'm going to say it with flair and hope that it's correct. 6 eliminations coming through for him, 3 of those being knockouts, 600 damage, and wow, a lot of health taken. So he was really, you know, exposing himself to get those elims through. He was overextending all the way through and able to heal on back up. Very nicely done. But if we think about the match ranking just very quickly, AFL got 2 points. NG Pros got 3 points. I mean, even 7 Deadly Sins, who we talked about a lot yesterday, all of those on that second half of the leaderboard when it comes to the match ranking. So this next Rondo, they really need to step that up if they want to keep that gap clean and far away from the rest of them.
Yeah. They're going to have to do what is required. Of course, speaking about doing what is required, here is our contenders for that MVP award, right? And a glorious, juicy 300 USD up for grabs. So far, it is York coming through with 21 eliminations and a whole lot of damage, 3,700. But of course, Bonds has been able to squeeze out even more, right? 4,400. That is immense. That is 44 eliminations worth of damage being dealt across the way. Yeah, you gotta love it though. 20 eliminations, that is a lot of hard work. So, I mean, this is only after 7 games. Imagine what that's gonna look like at the end of tomorrow.
I can't imagine. Honestly, DK, I can't imagine. I can't imagine having this many eliminations at this level of competition, right? I mean, it's so easy to, you know, be classic players and go, oh yeah, you know, we can drop an easy 16 elim bomb, right? Super easy. Not at this level. You get us in an ultimate, you get us in any sort of esports thing? Absolutely not. I got 1 elim before I'm gone. So, yeah, it's very difficult to get that amount of elims at that stage. But yeah, we're going to be going over to Rondo very, very shortly. I really want to see a little bit more now, maybe from the likes of NG Pros, for instance. Yes, that first game might be a little bit of a warm-up, but is there any team that you're looking forward to seeing in this next Rondo coming up?
In the next Rondo, I would definitely say I'd like to see a bit of a bit of something coming through from we'll go with Nucleotide, but Suix as well, right? I want to see them kind of just, you know, blow my hair back, because there is so much of it, right? Just blow my hair back, surprise me, you know, come through. And of course, either which way, it's a win-win both ways, right? They're gonna have an immense amount of points to add on, and I'll be smiling. So yeah, it's great.
No, I agree. I really liked what we saw, you know, the little bits and snippets we saw from them yesterday. I liked what I saw, so I would love to see more from them coming in to game number 2. Also, you know, NG Pros, 7 Deadly Sins, I'd like to see a little bit more from them. AFL, I think that's a bit of a fluke, so I'm not really going to list them, even though they were also struggling a little bit. But we are going to be looking at the ranking. Here we go. The overall leaderboards are as follows. Resilience still in that second place, but that gap has closed. So Alpha for Legends at 114, Resilience at 93, and then NG Pros at 67. So the gap has not necessarily closed between second and third, but it's kind of just shifted, right, between first, second, and third. It's not just first, second, third. It's first, second, third. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
go with
yeah.
Yes.
We'll
say
pretend.
Yes.
We'll just pretend and say yes and go like, exactly. I know. I so know what you're meaning there, but I think what you're trying to say is that it's not just the first team that we're looking at, right? It's now the first and the second team, right? And then we are glancing over on towards the third and says, maybe if you want to, you know, have some eyeballs on you, step it up, do what they've done, right? That's the translated version, I think, right? But this is now exactly that position that Resilience find themselves in that I was mentioning before, right? Alpha can sit back only up until a point. If it gets too close, they will need to start to do something. And so walking away with only 2 points in the last game, it's okay. But game number 2, they can't really sit back anymore, right? They need to defend, not aggressively. They just got to go like, yay, stay over there. Calm down, relax, right? They don't have to get aggressive just yet, right? When you get to game 3, game 4, and they've still not done anything, then maybe they need to go get a longer stick, because the one they've had didn't work.
Right, yeah, that's definitely what I'm feeling as well. They have a little bit more wiggle room. It's not time yet to really start panicking about this team, but we did see them try to do their sort of their strategy in that game towards the south side. They were really trying to spread out and control zone, but it just didn't work. There was too much going on, and I think it was one of those games where there was way too much going on all sectors of the zone. Speaking of all sectors of the zone, we're going into match number 2. It's Rondo. We're back, baby, and here we go all over again. Will AFL be able to control more of the zone this time? We do have double plane paths, so that is going to be meaning, DK, that we have less intense drops potentially, but at the same time, all of these teams are going to be much more spread out, which is far harder to predict and far harder to control as you get into those late stages of the game.
Yeah, this is where I would have gone with something like, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it is Rondo game number 2. But yeah, I mean, this is always exciting to see the double flight paths come through and how the teams are going to look to adapt to that. But yeah, that opens up stadium for drops. I mean, test track, Neox Factory, that's always pretty much going to be reachable to just about everyone. So curious to see how the teams are going to look to get themselves distributed here. But Hamar Town, though, going to be receiving a little bit of potential love here, right? We got that recall station right there. And so there could be a little bit of heat starting over on that front down south along the flight path. We can see even more excitement just getting ready to boil on over. But already the shots start to fly on in. And this is where I like what the teams are doing, right? Kind of taking away that charm from the Neox Factory and now just lighting up the Dan Ching area yet again.
Yet again, and honestly that was a really good call because that zone has gone down more to the south side again, so we are going to see more of that southern goodness coming on through here, and Dan Ching smack dab in the middle of it, so an easy peasy drop to be had here. Abyss going to be one of those teams here. Who else is here? I've seen a lot. There's Liquid, there's Suix, there is Zero Impact and NG Pros as well, so a lot of teams over on this side of the map. going to be interesting to see what these teams have in store. This is the kind of hot drop, though. The reason I like Neox so much as a hot drop is that it's open enough where everybody has to kind of get to it. There's not a whole lot of holding position that has to be done in order to win that area. Danqing, on the other hand, being a town, being a compound with buildings, it's a lot easier to get stalemated here. So definitely something you want to watch out for when you're fighting here. You don't want to get into that checkmate position where you're both stuck for too long.
Yeah, checkmate is not ideal, right? I mean, it might be an interesting decision when playing the game of chess, but this is not that. This is PUBG. Here we go. Oh, I like this from Abyss. Loving it. Here we go. 2 eliminations already in the bag. Can they get more? This is exactly the kind of pacing I want to see more of from them. But now, NG Pro. Ooh, finding himself in a bit of a predicament, right? Killer on the front line is going to try and defend at least a little while longer while their teammate goes out to bring the rest of the team back into the fight here. Liquid also, right? The opposing force against Killer alongside Zero Impact. This could be an interesting play. Cheeky angle though, right? I like these. I like the little ups and downs that we see throughout the city here. But is that going to be enough though for Liquid maybe to come in popping, right? There is a big opportunity to get at least 3 eliminations.
Well, let's see how many they can convert here, as all of a sudden the numbers have thinned out here. For sure. It's been a very quick reduction of players, not of teams. We still have 16. Well, never. Wow, AFL! Ooh, okay. As soon as I say that, AFL are going to be the first to go down. That is a big surprise coming through here. 0 eliminations. And wow, that is actually insane. So not only did they have a tough time in the first match, they're out completely in the first minute and a half of the second match. That's going to be really hard on them, especially because you don't have any more super elim heavy maps coming up. It's going to be 2 Miramars and 2 Erangels. We're back to the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. So they've really got to think about that, because Resilience now, having seen that, if they're looking at that elim feed, if they're reading it correctly, they will know, and the rest of the lobby will know that AFL are gone. They no longer pose a threat in this match, and so this is game on for everybody else.
Yeah, well, let's see what the response will be. Unfortunately, I don't know if they actually know that it's AFL that went down, right? Usually there's a little bit of mystery when it comes to what the players can see in the lobbies themselves, right? But here we go. Quick reactions going through from the side of Aaron as they spot Neon up on the hill there. Chucky also not getting hit by Deep off in the distance. But let's see. Oh, Zero. Almost. The teammate didn't quite make it in that door, right? Literally just falling at their feet. Talk about perfect timing. Now, NG Pro, this is their opportunity to strike. They have quite a bit of an advantage there, but is it going to be enough for Killer to get the spray? Oh, no, instead, Killer gets sprayed upon by Redemption.
Very nicely done indeed. My goodness me. Coming on through there. 3 eliminations for Zero Impact is looking really good. Okay, I really need to stop doing this to teams. I'm so sorry. Aaron immediately goes on down there, but Zyro gonna be the next to... Oh, come on. You gotta see this. You gotta see this. Oh, he doesn't, though. He doesn't get it in time. That's a clutch heal coming on through there. It's a 1v2. Ooh. Easy peasy on the on that stairwell, and that's gonna be Zero Impact grabbing all their players back, and yeah, Liquid gonna be able to move on through and keep those teams alive, those players alive. Well, maybe just himself alive, as he's gonna try and go up against Abyss now. Just move out of the way. Nice nade. Not gonna be hitting anything though, and that's gonna be Top going back over. Oh, hello. Okay, a little bit of a fun twist around the doorway, but Top is going to be falling down to Mamba there. A little bit too slow on that one.
Yeah, Top getting toppled, but that is kind of just the way it goes here. Ooh, nice awareness coming through from Juice, but can they get it all? Fortunately, Blackstorm not going to sit around and wait to get taken down, right? They will just continue to move on through and come through with a bit of a surprise of their own to see whether or not Vix2 can lock in here. So close, and this could be exactly that kind of approach to see from Blackstorm. I mean, they're almost there, right? Just need 5 more points to gain entry into that top 6. So excited to see how this one is going to pan out for them. Akshat and the rest of Abyss also going to be going about their business. I like what they've been doing so far. Those 4 eliminations is going to sit quite well with them. But now Mamba, Juice, and Akshat, they have still quite a bit of a tall order ahead of them, right? They got to make it all the way into that late stage of the game now.
Yeah, I mean, really, this is where the work really begins right now. Everybody, for the most part, has those recalls. They've still 15 teams alive. Olimpo trying to move out, and NG Pros not letting in potentially here. So we shall see how it's going to go. This is where the real work starts. Those strategies have to start getting involved now. Stage 2 going to be popping up in just 15 seconds. And I think we're seeing a lot of teams kind of roll around in these vehicles, kind of just waiting for that zone 2 pop, just so that they know where they're going to be going. 6 seconds left. Where are we going? Make your prediction now, DK. Where are we going?
Yes, we're going there.
Oh,
exactly. That's right on the money. I mean, I just knew it, right? I just knew it. I'm just so good at predicting zones. Just look at that. It's like, I said it was going to go there, and it went exactly there. I love it.
Yeah, he's so right. Chat.
Yeah.
Chat. Yeah, just congratulate him on his correct prediction here. It was so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Anyway.
mean, what can I say? I'm just, I just know things.
You just know things. That's so true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anywho. Black Storm gonna be sole survivors of Danqing, it seems, as they roll on through, just checking for any extra survivors, but 666 meters away, they've got to start moving on in. 7 Deadly Sins is even further away here, 1,400 meters over onto that northern side, so they've got to really make sure that they're in here. This is an interesting little hot drop, of course. That's going to be 3 teams all around this recall area. There is a recall here, so Resilience are here, Zero Impact is here as far as I'm aware, and there was another team that got out of dodge very, very quickly, so that's probably the best call coming on through here. But yeah, it's interesting to see what recalls even become popular in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a constant shift across the board, right? I think especially each region, right? Even within like the NA region, right? Each region within that also has a kind of position that they just somehow prefer, right? Sometimes it just works out that way. So it's gonna be exciting to see exactly how they look to kind of get themselves situated and play through all of that. But for the time being, a little bit of attention now being brought onto the side here of Resilience, right? This is their chance, not only to close the gap, but to catch up. They can be the new leaders right after this match. So if they can stick it all the way through to that finish, there is a great chance for that to be exactly what will happen. But of course, first they got to jump through the hurdles, right? They're going to have to overcome all the obstacles ahead of them. And speaking about obstacles, that wasn't one for Black Storm. Right, it's just like, oh, yeah, easy pickups, boom, 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 overrated, thank you so much for the points, and that's it. I'm not quite sure what they were thinking, hiding in a building with very big open windows, but, you know, hey, each to their own.
Yeah, I think they probably thought that there was no one near them, and they heard that vehicle rock up, and they were like, I got 1 second left on the revive, let's go. But unfortunately, yeah, it's not a fully sighted building, and that's going to lead to their demise there. So they're going to have to be okay with no points going out of this match here. Resilience have a decent position in zone, actually. I like this. The split is a bit much, but it's still early days, right? It's an early portion of the mid phase of the game, so they might just be doing this for some information, just to try and grab as much control as possible. But I really hope that they don't leave this this sort of split for too long, because that's going to really bite them hard.
You know, it does seem like it is starting to condense now and rather quickly in that. And we are, of course, making our way up on towards the north. So there's a an exciting development here is we've got quite a few teams just encroaching the edge of zone. Could be absolutely jam-packed. Ooh, Sumix though. I like that drifting down the side. I mean, who needs 4 tires if you just ride on 2?
Right?
I mean, just go. I don't even know how they pulled that one off. Please teach me your skills. Like, you know, please, Mazda. Let me in on the secret because that looked amazing.
It really did. Very nicely done there. Yeah, I need to learn that too. I want to be rocking around, rolling around in style as I take down my enemies. But they're going to be big chilling. Oh, going by is going to be the L officials team that we didn't see much of last game. We saw a lot of yesterday though. I'd love to see more from them. Here they are. 1 elimination on the board so far, just trying to make that rotation through in between a couple of different teams here. There's Silence up at the very top as well. Oh, I don't like this though. Silence have realized that L officials have stopped, and I think that might be a really crucial mistake. Yes, there's some buildings, but it's not a good position. You're stuck between 2 teams, and Silence seem to immediately realize that that's what's happened. However, the quick pivot for L officials, look at that. They're already in those vehicles, already gone out and away. They look to maybe threaten Silence's position, but they decided to move on out. So I do like how quick this team really is with their decision making.
Yeah, they are wasting 0 time, so you know, efficiency is going to be the key here. Oh, there we go. 0 impact, making big impacts as they come through with the sprays. The TCAN Redemption maybe clutch it out here as it's going to be juicy. Just trying to put a whole lot of distance in between. But this is where 0 impact needs to be cautious, right? I mean, yes, they've been doing pretty good work so far, but don't get overconfident, right? Keep focus at hand. And I like what they're doing here is they kind of spreading that approach, right? Sending 2 players after the target while keeping a little bit of that coverage under lock and key. So, well done. I like that.
Well done. Oh, maybe not that well done. That's not very good. That's a nade going to be bouncing back in his face. Fortunately, he's able to get past that as Medeon is going to be trying to get as many nades as possible over there. Jazraj does go on down. That's going to be another nade going just through all of these warehouses here, making sure that none are left alive. However, L officials aren't going to back down without a fight. They want this compound. But Silence have heard this and are rolling in off the top of the hill. This is a third party neither of these teams want here, DK. And that distraction might just be enough to ruin both of these teams, actually, because one is taking advantage of the other, and Silence is taking advantage of them both here.
Yeah, this is where the saying comes from, right? Silence is deadly, right?
Yes.
And they are proving it right here. Let's see if they can be a menace as well. I like what Hollow is doing there, just keeping a nice little bit of overwatch down onto the position here while the rest of the team continues to move and makes themselves very difficult targets to hit, but it's not going to be the same here for Resilience as they are still very much in arm's reach of those spray downs. There's even more teams now drawing up onto the edge of the zone here. Let's see how this one is going to pan out. I mean, at least for our officials, it has quieted down. But we do say goodbye to Abyss as their run has now come to an end. Out they go, 13th position. But still, 5 eliminations to walk away with here. Not a bad play.
Not at all. It's a start, right? And it's improvement on yesterday. Is it really what we wanted to see from them? Not really. We wanted to see, of course, a little bit more from them. However, you know, bit by bit, maybe they'll really come in clutch on that Miramar as Neon. Oh, what a spray! Grabs Nexus, plucks him out of that vehicle, and that's going to be Team Entity having to deal with 1 less player. However, I feel like they can afford it, DK, because look how many elims they have. 10 eliminations. I don't think we even saw them, you know, on stream, on our feed for most of this map, and somehow they still have 10 eliminations to go. So big GG's going there. However, Liquid have fended them off successfully, and they're going to be making that big old rotate.
Yeah, that's a very wise decision for them to try and make here. But it doesn't seem to be too wide, right? Deep, going quite shallow with regards to that zone positioning. And the rest of the team also yet to move on forward. But let's see, can Deep now make the magic happen? Oh, Black Storm, though, making a lot of magic happen here. Beautiful space there from G18. Yeah, either get in the car or hide on the other side, but just getting crammed up in the corner, that is not going to help your health bar whatsoever. But here we go, the response is in. Silence could now be deafened as you can see Blackstorm looking to move on up, but they're not going in for the finishes. Instead, they are going to look to fortify their overall positioning, bring their players back into contention, and then maybe mount their assault. But Entity needs to watch out as we do say goodbye to Olympo, and we could almost say goodbye to Hope as well.
I love to hear it though, the ringing out of all the bullets across the zone. Just everybody taking shots at everybody. Rondo, especially on this side of the zone, is very open. There is a lot of, okay, there's a lot of buildings, there's a lot of trees, there's a lot of mountains. However, you also have these broad expanses of just very open terrain. Yeah, there's a couple of trees there in that shot, but there's a lot of open ground as well, and so it's giving all these teams access to angles that normally they wouldn't have on another map, or even on just a different portion of this map, right? It's just this area in itself is very, very open here, so these teams are really going to struggle to keep all of their players up alive. And in fact, I think only 2 of our teams so far have all players up. That's going to be NTX and 7 Deadly Sins. So it just goes to show you how difficult it's been for all of them.
Yeah, definitely has been quite a bit of a challenge. But speaking about challenge, it is far from over as it is now. The L officials just pushing on forward. The place erupting in flames. Oh, are they going to be able to get the jump in on Blackstorm? So far, so good as Darku just pops on off. Just locking in, head off the head. Bing, bang, boom. I love this though for them. Oh, see, you're not the only one that hits the misses the button there. We did see a few of those misfires coming through, but now Blackstorm still going to try and maybe play on the edge of zone. Center is where it's at. Everybody left in the lobby now looking for a slice of the action. But unfortunately for Team Entity, they're not going to get too much of it, right? They are going to be on the wrong side of that action.
Still, though, they have just snuck into 3rd place with those 10 eliminations, just 2 points ahead of the NG Pros. NG Pros, though, are still alive as 3, so we're likely to see that switch be made back. But NG, it just goes to show you, first of all, how close the leaderboard really is, and secondly, how much NG need to do, how much they need to step up to maintain that top 3 spot. Because if there's anything worse than 5th place, it's 4th place, right, in terms of how dangerous a position you are in, because a 1 point difference and you're bumped down out of the running. So that 4th place is really just not comfortable at all. So for NG, they want to be 3rd or above, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they could very well achieve that, especially in this match. So let's see, can they lock it in? Meanwhile, up in the oil refinery, right, it is going to be a pretty tough day to fight through all these angles. But that's what makes it so exciting. It's almost like water treatment over in Miramar, right? Very similar kind of vibes that we are getting through from here. But let's see whether or not Silence can now survive that nade. Oh, beautiful bounce though, but not beautiful enough. Nucleotide still going to try and keep the contention pretty high as Nicro is just on the edges here. One well-placed nade or beautiful shot could play the big upset. So Silence, their timer is ticking, but are they going to be able to make it out of here? Because for some reason they want to kind of just stay up in center zone, but of course they will get denied as Silence is now closed up.
Oh, that nade. I was wondering how he was able to stay alive for so long. There was barely any cover for him. He kept dodging and weaving between the 3 pillars there, but he does go down eventually, and that's going to be L official trying to move into zone. This is a really, really difficult zone, I have to say. It's all just a bunch of towers with roofs that no one's about to go on because of all the high ground that's there. Oh, and he might just lose this one as MVP goes on down, but he lived for just so long on a sliver of HP. But of course there's NG behind you, there's all kinds of teams everywhere now. The chaos is ensuing good and properly. And that's going to be NG just trying to do anything they can. Liquid, though, stealing their attention away from the zone. This looks like a little bit of a backstab coming on in here as Kiddo, our MVP contender, does go on down first.
Well, let's see whether or not there is going to be a bounce back opportunity here for the NG Pros. I mean, they are so close to catching up. They need at least 2 more eliminations to be on par with the team just ahead of them. But Liquid also trying to see, can they maybe bring a bit of a stop on through, right? Liquid also trying to strengthen their position with regards to that overall top 8. Oh, things looking pretty decent though as they are cleaning it up. Samar full sending it forward. Lux, oh, getting absolutely obliterated.
Where was this Liquid Esports yesterday? My goodness me. 12 eliminations on the board, and Top has 8 of those. Fantastic stuff coming on through here. Neon now trying to make his name known, and that is going to be NG going on down, unable to snatch back that 3rd place position now. So Liquid being the undoing of them. They have control of that hill, but they're not going to make use of it. They're going to use that only as a springboard to get into zone. Now the zone is moving in. You got 1 minute and 24 seconds to go, but that zone is going to really start to hurt as soon as you touch it. So they've got to make sure that they are well and truly away from that danger.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the ticket for them here. Liquid now stepping up. Can they find that necessary angle though? I mean, looking at the compounds, looking at this oil refinery, this is the challenge all in of itself, right? This is kind of a zone within a zone, right? So this is almost to some extent worse than a city finish, because at any point you could be running around one of these cylinders and there's going to be somebody waiting on the opposite side, just very eager to welcome you in, right? Firstly, jump scare. Why? Secondly, you don't want that, right? You want to try and have some pretty clear angles here. So always got to get that vehicle repaired on up as the mechanic now gets down to business. But the final 5 teams, they have got quite a bit riding on this. And I mean, 7th all the way to 10th place, all side by side, right? All contesting for that entry into maybe the top 4, right? And of course, officials, they're essentially the gatekeepers here, but they're sitting in exactly the same position.
Yeah, there's not many points between them, actually. Between, what, 8th and 5th. Really not many points at all. Less than 10. So, they've got to be sure that they can keep this. So far, 6 eliminations is a pretty good attempt here, and they're in the middle of the zone as well. So all these teams have to fight each other before they can fight them. So if L officials, and I think they know this, if they just lay low and they play this very, very quietly, you know, it's one of those things where you don't make a lot of noise, you let the other players do their thing, and then you clean up at the end. And I think that's really the strategy they got to go for here.
I mean, Daku almost making it a little bit too literal there, right? Because right as you said, if they just lay low, that's exactly what Daku did, right? It's like there's that 6th sense communication happening over here. It's like, all right, drop down right now. But we'll see whether or not this is going to pan out for them as L officials, the gatekeepers for the time being, just trying to lock it down, trying to survive, but nobody looking to make any major moves. I am looking over towards Black Storm though, as their solo is right on the edge of the blue, right? For Vix2, this is going to be a pretty tough entry to get situated in the zone. And, I mean, again, this is where it becomes really, really tough. So hopefully they can find a way to get a good, secure angle.
It's hard because I think, you know, he would love to wait for the zone to start pushing teams together and then take advantage of all the teams fighting to actually move in. But the way he's positioned, it might end up being that the zone reaches him first before the teams find each other. So he's got to be very, very careful. Luckily for him, nobody's looking in his direction, right? Everybody's looking internally. They are going to be looking a little bit more cautious than usual just because of the way that these towers are, of these silos. They're going to be looking for solos and looking for players sneaking around corners at every turn. They're not going to be, their guard's not going to be as down as it might be in other scenarios. However, it does mean that he can move around a little bit more at the same time because the focus isn't really on outside the zone.
Yeah, this again is one of those positions where you don't necessarily want to just blind rush something, right? I mean, well, most of the time you don't want to do that, but this one especially, because at any point if you move forward, you could be putting yourself in line with so many other teams that we can see just strewn all throughout this area. So you got to be very calculated as to how you advance. How do you move up, right? This is where utilities, I think, are going to be quite essential. The smokes will help provide a bit of a buffer, a bit of a barrier, so you are not as vulnerable out of the get-go. But of course you got to watch for those roofs, right? Because as we know, the ruling is if you can see an enemy, there's a pretty good chance that they can also probably see you as well.
I'm just looking at the stages here. Stage 9 is about to pop up, and we still have 14 players in stage 9, which is kind of crazy. But here we go. 2, 1, and new zone. That's going to be stage 8 coming on through. Not stage 9, it's stage 8, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
It's
so stage 8 coming on through. Closing on up. Stage 9 about to happen, so these teams really do now need to get a move on. They need to start ski-daddling. L officials, unfortunately for them, lose another one, so that's going to be them down to 2, and that does create an opening for these other teams to do something. The only thing standing in their favor right now, DK, is the fact that Liquid and the teams on the east actually look across to each other. So even though, GG, even though they're in the middle, they actually get protected a little bit because they have to check each other first.
Yeah. Well, unless your name is Sandu, right? Then you just run straight on forward out in the open. But this is where 7 Deadly Sins will now need to weigh up their options. They still have a full squad. They have a pretty good opportunity alongside the players from Team Liquid. But who is going to be the one to push it to that next position, right? Both squads being quite hesitant. Nobody really committing to anything just yet. But the nice thing is this is stage 9, right? Whether they want to or not, this match is going to end very, very soon. So in 2 minutes, at the very most, this game is going to be over. So let's see who's going to be the one to walk away with that winner chicken dinner. Insane now just dodging the utilities as they start to fly on through. Oh, Liquid now getting spot. Oh, Belk almost running straight into that nade. That could have been a very abrupt end to their match here. But here we go. L officials looking very battered and bruised. The same can be said here for Suix as Belk is now just trying everything they can find.
Wow.
Oh, this way and that, up and down. As Belk locks it in and manages to hold on to the position just a little smidge longer.
Yeah, I think smidge is the right term here, to be honest. Suix now, just the solo, really 1 HP, and that's going to be, Liquid going out first, though, so Suix somehow manages to stay alive a little bit longer, grabs another point, but he knows it's over. He's got no real meds, and that zone is coming on in, but somehow he makes the transition. Never mind, he runs into his own nade. I don't know if that was intentional, but 5 eliminations, and that's going to be the end of everything. 7 Deadly Sins are eliminated, and L officials, they're going to be the ones to grab the second Rondo of day 2, DK. Big GG's going over to them.
Yeah, the ego lifters rather, lifting that winner chicken dinner above their heads. So well done, well played. Quite a nice bit of excitement being brought on through. But again, right, this zone, very, very different in comparison to what we had on our first match, right? Moving up into the oil refinery area proves to be quite a challenging position to play through. And these teams didn't have a good time, right? It was pretty dang tough to get a good bit of security and some good information as to where the opposing sides are.
It really was. It was such a challenging zone, so I'm really happy with how everybody played these. Everybody was very calculated, everybody was very cautious about it all, and I'm really surprised actually that L officials were actually able to hold on to the position as long as they did as a duo, probably due to kind of the maze-like area that the silos provided, right? They were able to kind of just hide away a little bit, but they still are very, very active with those nades, those utilities. They're just able to grab teams left, right, and center, and you see that breakdown here. We're going to be seeing them combine those 10 points of the win along with 9 points total in those elims as well.
Yeah, I mean, 9 eliminations is going to sit quite well with them, so yeah, GG. That puts them on a nice little bit of 19 points. Right, that is definitely going to help them out with regards to those scores. But you've got to take a look and see where the rest of the teams are. I'm also just thinking back on that refinery area, right? You said it's a maze. I think it's more like a big old Lego block, right? Because
Okay,
it's
yeah.
only got those 6 silos there. So yeah, it's like a fancy Lego with a few intricate positions to be quite wary of. But speaking about intricacies, here we go. As you can see, L officials, they are going to be sitting there with their 19 points right up at the top. Of course, the players then from Liquid securing themselves 13 eliminations
Lovely.
to get to 17 total points. 7 Deadly Sins also doing quite a nice bit of work here. But Team Entity, look at that. A very nice day at the office for them.
Really good stuff. 10 eliminations coming in clutch there. I mean, anytime you're gonna get a decent amount of points like that, it means so much for your scoreboard results. Team Entity moving into what we saw during the match is that 3rd place, and then NG unable to bring that back and steal it back from them could mean, you know, a little bit of a switch up in those leaderboards that might be a little bit more permanent than we would think originally. I am still super surprised though. I mean, Resilience do go out with 3 eliminations off the back of the game yesterday in the last match. After the back of that win, not the end of the world, that's fine. But Alpha coming out with 2 points last game, now 0 points this game. That is really worrying for me because the big point makers of the day are now over DK. They've got to work a lot harder for, you know, to keep that gap alive.
Yeah, but that's just part of the hustle, right? You got to keep on grinding. You can't stop anytime soon. And so this is where we get to see whether or not Alpha actually managed to hold on to that pole position. Of course, quite a bit of a contentious push coming in there. But speaking about contention, right, our MVP is going to be none other than Top all the way from the side of Liquid. So a nice round off that we have coming in here. But of course, that could continue to change on up, right? We do have that running for our MVP award also being fully in play here. So yeah, I want to see who's going to look to step up to the challenge. 1200 damage, almost hitting 1300.
That is crazy. Some really good stuff coming in from Liquid, and I really enjoy seeing that step up that we've seen from them so far. Yet in the last game, they were doing pretty well as well, so it's really nice to see them really go for it in day 2. We were talking about at the beginning of the show, right, where day 2 is really where if you're not where you want to be on the leaderboard, then this is the day to go for it. Day number 3 is too late, far too late. That momentum is already gotten by the top place teams, and you're already too unconfident in your own gameplay by that point. So definitely like to see the step up that we're seeing here at DK, but we're going to be moving over to Miramar now. Rondo is out of the way. We are done. We are dusted. We might be seeing that leaderboard very shortly here, but Miramar is going to be coming up soon. But instead, leaderboard, we got a break. So let's go over there and we'll see you all in a few minutes. And we are back. Here we go. Very quick break coming on through here because we're too excited. We got to get back into the action, onto Miramar. Game number 3 is going to be coming to us very, very shortly, DK. But before we get into it, I want to ask your prediction. Who is winning the first Miramar of today?
Ooh, the first Miramar of the day. That is indeed a good question. I mean, if yesterday was anything to go by, I would probably go with something along the lines of one of the top 4 teams. Go with let's go with Entity, right? Because they're the only team in the top 4 that still need a chicken. So I'll say it's them.
Okay, I'm actually interested to see this. You're talking about Team Entity, but look, they are actually tied, but they're tied into 4th place. NG just able to clinch that victory away by their yesterday's win on what was it, I think Miramar. So they were able to just steal that back. But 75-75, that's not a tie you want to see. And L Official's actually with that win right in 71 points. So they hold on to that 5th position, but they just widen that gap a little bit between themselves and Black Storm. So a lot here still to play for, and that gap is starting to look a little bit smaller. I would start worrying, honestly, if I were a alpha for Legends, there we go, and Resilience, honestly, because yes, Resilience got a lot of points, which made them closer to that 1st place, but after that, you know, both of those teams did not do a whole lot, allowing the rest of the lobby to catch up to them. So for me, coming into this Miramar, I think it's got to be one of those two. They have to get a win here if they really want to secure their position.
Yeah, they're gonna have to, and you know that's pretty much the name of the game here, right? If you you have to keep the consistency up, right? Because the moment you slack, somebody is gonna take the opportunity that you are giving them, and you might not like that, right? So if you are not happy with it, change it. And so I want to see the teams capitalize on the available opportunity at hand. Of course, Miramar is going to be quite exciting, as we know it is quite different to what we have over on Rondo. So I want to see if we're going to have the same kind of pacing as we had yesterday when we went into Miramar, or will it change because we are now in day number 2? Are the teams going to have a slightly different approach? Maybe get a little bit more aggressive, maybe get a little bit more tactful with the approaches. I don't know. Time will tell.
Time will tell. I'm excited to see where that zone's going to be going as well, though. If we remember yesterday, the zones were pretty intense. They were all over there. We were ping-ponging all over the map in every which way, every single game. So far on Rondo, it was a lot more chill, not so many hardships, but it did go down to that south side, which is unusual. So for me, I'm kind of like, okay, maybe Miramar's going to be a little bit spicy as we go ahead and get into it. The first Miramar of the day is on your screens as we are on board the plane and ready to depart.
Well, here we go. We are going to be coming through on that southern side of the map, just crossing over Valle del Mar, Chumacera, Los Leones. Of course, pulling up right alongside Impala. So some pretty hot and heated locations we could be looking at here. But of course, those teams that like to go north, well, the only way you're going to get there is by hopping in a vehicle and rotating out. Other than that, the teams are going to just try and stick it on through. Valle del Mar is going to be receiving at least 2 teams from what we can see there. So expect a little bit of that early game action to come through now.
Yeah, it's going to be early game, but is it going to be long? Because Valle del Mar, same with Picado though, those fights tend to last forever. And the zone comes in and they still stick around. And I don't know. Past experience has taught me that I really don't like when that happens. So we'll see what maybe hopefully they're gonna wrap it up quick. They're gonna be very decisive about it. The problem is when they just wait way too long. So we'll see how that goes. For now, it's gonna be Overrated and NG Pros, both of these teams on either side of Valle del Mar. Let's see. Let's see who's going to be making that first shot. For now, just going to get that loot going. Other than that, I didn't see any other hot drops so far, and the Elan feed is not going as quickly as we saw it yesterday, so I think we're in for a little bit of a slower time here.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, of course, the team have full control over the pacing of this match, but as we know, a few teams don't really have the luxury, right? They're going to have to try and double down with the aggression if they want to get to position much closer towards that top 4, top 3, right? Because that is where the crucial positions lie. So if anybody just outside of that top 8 is looking to do anything, this is the game to, again, try and push the envelope, because once this game is done, we are halfway done through the day, meaning they've got only 3 more opportunities for today to try and change what they can. Tomorrow, you can expect quite a bit of chaos and carnage to come in here as the teams now get ready to shift into that final gear, that final mode to secure their position. So, yeah, time's running out. Don't waste the opportunity. Let's see who is going to try and get the job done. Resilience going for a little bit more of a parkour approach here, navigating through the compound. But it makes sense for Melina, right? Reinforcements are pulling up. And now that backup has arrived. This is going to be that opportunity for them to try and mount a little bit more of an offensive approach.
It is indeed. It's an interesting position to be caught out in, though. I'm wondering why the teams have met up here. It's not really anywhere special. It's a group of compounds on the south side, or rather the north side of Chumacera here. Perhaps they've just been caught on that rotation out. That would be a very quick rotation. So we'll see. It's going to be Resilience versus Nepali, though, and Resilience, they're one of my teams that really need to do something here. Yes, they won that first game, but the rest of the lobby is catching up to them. If they want to maintain a healthy lead, then they need to do some big stuff here, or at least just not go out super early. But Ruben is going to go on down here. That's going to be Nepali taking some revenge here for their own fallen teammate. They might still be able to get him back up. It's not all done yet, but it's going to have a few more shots first. Dealer does go on down, and that's going to be another point on the side of Resilience when it comes to who's going to win this fight. Let's see now. It's just all up to Chucky. He seems to be... No, he's not a solo here, but his teammate is on the off angle behind him. So Chucky's on those front lines going forward as Zenitsu. Oh, Dealer goes on down, but Zenitsu's gonna try and do something here. No, doesn't. He misses. He misses his shots to try and stop that revive from happening. So now Resilience gonna be a full squad. I honestly would take this opportunity to get the heck out of Dodge, DK.
Yeah, this would be the best time to do that, especially with Chucky so close to the fire there. You gotta watch out. Don't get too overeager, because Resilience is going to come back to bite you. But now up comes Molina. Nice flank coming through there. Madion also starting to push up, but Malcriado, just waiting for that opportunity through the window. 1v3 meanwhile happening downstairs. Can Chucky get it all the way? No, Chucky definitely can't. Down they go, and that is the end of the play here for Nepali. Valiant effort, but unfortunately a 2v4, yeah, not working out in their favor.
No, it isn't, but I tell you what, for Resilience, this is great. They've managed to stay up as a full squad. They've got lots of loot now and a full squad of eliminations under their belt. They are feeling super happy about this, because now they've just started to build that momentum that might just get them a really, really good game. So they got to be feeling pretty chuffed with themselves, as they should, really, as we hop on over to Suix. Over by Ladriela. Not saying that either. Don't quote me on that. But they're going to be looking to make those rotations, finish up the looting phase, and get the heck into position. Abyss as well, just trying to be super careful there. Oh, I actually do see potentially Suix on that far side there. They might just see that there's somebody over there and try to make things work. But again, an early elimination, an early fight, this... might not be the best option here, I think.
Just to roll back, you said La de Yela, right?
I didn't. No.
I didn't see all those L's that you're allegedly referring to, right? And there's an R. You can see it right there in the mini map, right? It's a Ladriera, right?
Yeah, that's
Double
what I
L
said.
is a J sound, right? You made no J sound whatsoever. But yes, Ladriera is where we can see, of course, our team's currently holding their position here, that being Suix and the players from the side of Abyss. But, maybe Abyss can find a little bit more of that continuation here, as there's a bit of an angle, a bit of a chance. Who will get it? Now, it is going to be that big question that we are looking to have answered here. But aside from the shots being fired here by Ghosty, there's not much else really happening, right? The rest of the teams are going to look to rotate up. You're still going to be waiting for AFL to move in, Liquid, as well as Nucleotide and the L officials, right? The ego lifters, can they get the weights over their heads? Well, if it's up to the ego, the answer is maybe no.
Right? Yeah, we'll see how it's going to all turn out now as Resilience. They're going to be moving on forward. Still with those 4 eliminations in their belt. They look to actually be moving forward towards Chumaceta as we see that zone has actually gone that direction. So it would make sense for these teams to start holding up in some of these compounds in some of these cities and just, you know, play a very quiet, very safe game until that end game and just prepare for the carnage that's about to come.
Well, let's see whether or not any carnage will find them. That is going to be the big hopeful play for them, right? Emperador and the rest all looking for angles. Now, it's going to be 7 Deadly also moving out just on the outskirts here of San Martin. How do I know that? Nep, there's a big sand that I saw just there. And of course, you know, we know the map, right? This area over here has got the little thingy there, and then there's that bit over there. Yes, that is exactly what it is. And of course, those treacherous mountains to try and climb. But still, something interesting that I'm noticing is that the teams are definitely kind of respecting a lot more space this time around, which is a bit different, right, compared to what we saw from them yesterday. Yesterday, they were all, you know, running and screaming and, you know, just poking at each other. And today, they were like, yeah, ooh, no, wait, opposition, let's rotate in the other direction. We're not going to fight just yet. We'll give them their space. I was like, no, bro, go, fight, get the action, get the hits in.
I know, I'm kind of like, okay, well, this is nice, but stop it. Go back to what you were doing yesterday. We love to see that action coming on through, but I think they're starting to get very wary now. They're starting to realize that we are getting to the halfway, not only the halfway point of today, but the halfway point of the wild card phase in general, right? After this game, we only got 6 more matches, 3 today, and 9 more matches out of the 18.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's starting to play a little bit on that mentality as well. You know, it's not, oh, we've got days left. No, it's not. It's really not. I hope they caught that there was a vehicle coming towards them, because that is Team Entity looking for a rotation as we go further and further south. So Via Del Mar is actually a really good position to grab, because they've been sitting real pretty in zone this entire time.
Yeah, and especially moving up into Minas del Valle, Chumacera, you know, that whole area there, that brings back a little bit of that potential, like, Sanok feel, right, with all the hills and things that you need to be cautious of. So I want to see how the teams are going to look to get themselves situated. I mean, Blackstorm also coming through with an interesting approach, right, that mountain series, whatever you want to call it, that they're moving in onto. That is also going to provide them with quite a bit of a vantage point, right? We have got those zip lines there as well if they need to move from the one side over to the opposite end if the zone is going to force their hand. Not quite sure if that's something they'll use, but hey, it is available. Speaking about available, Lux now just trying to pop a few tires to make sure that there's no vehicles available for the side there of Resilience to use to rotate out. But as I say that, they kind of just lock in on all 4 players back in the fight right now, just creeping closer and closer to catching AFL.
7 Deadly Sins as well. Ooh, hang on. Faceu, I don't know what happened there. Hyuk just able to see that one and grab it very, very easily. Unfortunate indeed, as now we're seeing Olimpo go on down here, just down to a solo left. Black Storm able to just pick up everybody left, right, and center. Potentially here trying to get that spot cleaned up, but no. Siri is able to get on out of dodge. Let's see how much of a cleanup they're going to be able to do here as Olimpo, they're going to be picked off one by one. It is just this one player left. Unfortunate. We really needed them to have a good day, and they had the odd game that was pretty good, but it doesn't seem like this one is going to be following that pattern.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case here, but 7 Deadly about to get a little bit of the heat coming their way. If Zixu, comes through, the
Oh
shots flying in,
my.
but instead it is Kid. Not kidding around, just locking it in with the sprays here. This is where the rest of Blackstorm needs to jump and swing into action. Otherwise, their teammates' demise might be for naught, right? So then you have to try and do a little bit of a something here. Samar is going to get hit as well as the blue zone just starts to consume them. And again, right, teams getting caught out in the blue, especially on Miramar, it's kind of their own fault, right? They know that this map is deceptive, right? You have to stay ahead of the blue. Otherwise, it's not the kind of blue you can go swimming in.
This map is such a difficult one when the blue is chasing you. It's such a difficult map. It's so hard to get out of because the expanse is so great. As soon as you get into the blue is already leaving. So you really do end up chasing the zone if you're not careful. And I think for a lot of these teams, that's what they're starting to see now is AFL is going to be one of those teams, and they move into the blue zone as the blue zone is still moving in. So just getting out of that damage area, but unfortunately for them, they're going to be moving straight into NG Pros here. Looks like they're also on the move, so might not see a fight just yet, no altercation, but still not looking particularly good. And now they've decided to actually make a rotation here around to the northern side. Might be a good idea, but they don't have that much time.
Yeah, time is going to be of the essence here. We do see the NG Pros also now losing one of their players as they were able to rotate up, but finding quite a bit of a blockage ahead of them. 7 Deadly Sins now. Can they bounce back, right? Already having a little bit of a scare coming their way. Now they're going to go flying over the hills as they push further and further onto that southern positioning. But again, right, NG Pro not necessarily going to be looking to overcommit to anything just yet. It's them and Team Entity who are pretty much tied on those 75 points apiece. Up comes the L officials now, falling to the pressure being delivered in as Team Entity just comes through with a full send. It's going to be MVP trying to hold it down, but it is a pretty tough position. Oh, it gets spotted. Nope. Down he goes. L officials. The next team out, and we've only now lost our second team of this match.
Third. Third as 7DS also goes on out very, very quickly. And that is actually going to be Kiddo coming on clutch there, able to get rid of that. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, hang on. There's a solo with a Molotov, and there's a lot. No, he goes into it. Hopefully he can get this healing back up, but he can't, and the entire team, DK, the entire team goes out. All of them. He clutched it up and then lost the entire game. That is rough. However, the battle of the solos here. ICT only a solo by distance from the rest of his team, but he's going to be trying to get these nades going on through here. But Siri is having none of it. He's going to be just chilling on the top floor of this little tiny building.
Well, let's see. Can Siri survive? I mean, that was a beautiful play with that molly, right? Very unfortunate that the NG Pros kind of took themselves out like that. You know, I guess that's how you fight fire, with more fire, right? As we do say goodbye to Olympo, out they go. Going to have to settle for that 12th place finish. But, you know, 2 points under their belt. Not going to be the craziest serving of points, but, you know, points are points at the end of the day. And let's see who else is going to look to capitalize here as we now move over onto Zero Impacts, pushing up from that southern side. Liquid ready with their barrels, but a quick response here from Zyro as they look to end the run just then. Now, it is going to be Liquid that has to respond. 6 cents flying through with the vehicles. It's not going to be sensing that player ahead of him. And instead, getting traded on through. Neon also trying to bring in a bit of a contribution here, but Aaron is going to look to go for the aggressive play. Try just to fend them off, right? They need to try and bring their two fallen players back into the fight. So there's a lot of pressure now riding on the shoulders here for Neon.
Yeah, there really is, and I don't think they're going to let him get away with it either. Unfortunately, top does go on down there, and now it's just a shoe left standing as ICT going to be now looking at Black Storm, right? That solo was looking maybe for a little bit of an off angle as the buggy comes flying over the hill. So Black Storm still have a solo, but that is it. That's all they have. All she wrote. AFL now This is a team that is much more like the one we saw yesterday. 4 eliminations on the board here, not tired, not backing down, ready to just roll up and take some names. So very excited to see where they're going to be ending up as they just carve a little bit of the zone out for themselves.
Yep, that is a good question. So we'll see pretty soon how they're going to look to navigate through this. Yeah, it's a very risky rotation, staying in that blue for so long. But here we go as Alpha Legends also getting ready to get this ball rolling. Can they get the jump? Oh, we say goodbye to Overrated, the next team to get taken out of here. Unfortunate attempt, but you know what? It is what it is. Can Alpha hold steady? Can they lock down the edge of zone with Abyss just ahead of them? I mean, you got to commend what Abyss has been trying to do so far here today, right? Trying everything that they can think of to play for that survivability, to play for that late stage. And I mean, they are so close to hitting placement point territory.
It is so close. Not long now. Just a couple more teams need to go. A couple more solos need to go out to that zone, and they will be safe. So let's see if that is going to be the case coming on through here. AFL, we talked about it earlier, right? Chasing that zone. Always, always chasing the zone. And it seems like that's exactly what they've been doing. They were on that northwestern side. They moved on down. The zone moved away. They rotated through. The zone moves away. So now they're 250 meters out, and there's a lot of teams in front of them. They're going to have to be very careful with how they play this. But I think so far, you know, looking at this... Oh, wait, no. I was going to say, they look like they got enough momentum to do it. Not with Abyss's positioning here. That is a great split across some really key points of this zone. And, yeah, that's not going to be easy to break at all. You've also got... Oh, wait, hang on, Black Storm, that solo gets 2! What a double spray coming through here. Love to see that. He's going to try and do something, get those points as much as possible before the cavalry sets in. Here we go. It's just a solo left standing for Suix. Let's see. Yeah, he does get through, so that's going to be another point he can grab for himself. Does he realize that there's a team above him? Most likely. No, he's not going to be able to get Belk, but Suix does go on down, but that's to somebody else entirely. So Black Storm, great double spray there. Really nicely done. Able to grab 2 more points for themselves and live just a little extra longer.
Yeah, just narrowly making it onto that next bit here. But, of course, it is still going to be quite a bit of an uphill battle, and that is exactly what the terrain is showing our teams, as well as Alpha trying to be a little bit more decisive with the utilities, trying to see if they can reach in onto the side here of Zero Impact. We do, however, say goodbye to Liquid as they are the next team out. Very tough position here that Alpha is trying to work their way on through. I like what Zero Impact is doing here as well, keeping the pressure pretty high, not letting Alpha get a free ticket here, right? Making it a pretty tough play for them.
They are indeed, but 8 eliminations for AFL. That's a good start, a great start. But I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it now. Look at the second place team here. RTP just 20 points away now with how that elim feed is shaping up, right? So not far at all. We started off with a 60-point lead, and that's been dropped down to just 10. Black Storm might just be the thorn in the side of Resilience here. Potentially just slightly in zone. Never mind, down he goes to Resilience actually, and that's going to be Black Storm taken on out here. 3 eliminations. Now we are in placement point territory. Now the games can begin. Abyss somehow losing 2 in this whole fight. I think they've just gotten pincered a little bit between Resistance and AFL here. But that is unfortunate. Oh, Akshat might just need to be very careful here as he tries to get out of dodge, and Median is going to be now moving forward. The next to fall in this fight for control.
Well, let's see who will be the one to claim that control here, Nep. As, I mean, Alpha, pretty decent setup that they have pushing forward, but how good is that setup going to be once they need to start getting up in towards the zone, right? They are slowly trying to advance, but this is where everything gets thrown at them, right? Maybe even the kitchen sink might make its way on through. We do see Emperador getting picked up there by Hope as well, just ahead of us on the screen. Oh, but look at this, 0 impact. Not out of the fight, right? They still want to try and play each and every angle that they can think of. And Alpha really being put to the test. I love seeing this, right? It's not going to be an easy one. Yes, they have 9 eliminations already under their belt, but they have to earn each and every single one of those, right? It's not just going to be served to them on a platter. As we know, nothing here is for free. If you want to get it, you need to go out and get it. And I like how the zone is just continuously pressuring all the squads, right? Putting them closer and closer into Chumacera. Essentially, maybe bring us the city finish.
That would be really fun, and I think that's what everybody has been counting on who are in Chumacera, right? When we saw the map last, there were 2-3 teams over on that side just waiting for that zone to come to them, and it finally is. And what's great about that is they've been sitting pretty in those buildings, in those positions, right? Not having to do much of anything. So they are fresh, they're ready to go, they are looted up. These other teams that have had to fight tooth, claw, and nail to get into the zone are weak. Their vehicles are smoking, they have no meds, they're, you know, solos and duos, and that's really giving that advantage over to those players in Chumacera.
Yeah, I mean, of course, comparatively weak, right? So, because they do have a little bit less ammo and a little bit less resources available to them. But now it is going to be go time, still on the edge of the zone as Akshot is going to get shot at. Mamba trying to rotate up, gets spotted. Is he going to survive? Quick reaction there, but down he goes. That is the end of the road for Abyss. Valiant try, as they've been trying to cook up as much as they can. But if the barrels are pointing at you, it just proves to be so much more challenging. Abyss, unfortunately, nothing to show for this match. Just placement points going their way. But is it going to be the same across the way for the remaining teams? As you can see, we are yet to see Silence and Nucleotide also secure themselves eliminations. It's pretty much just been AFL and Resilience just dominating this lobby.
It has, with a little side serving of 0 impact as well with those 8 eliminations. But you're so right. Very, very top-heavy elimination count coming in here. And that's kind of what we wanted to see, right? We talked about it before. These teams, they needed to really widen that gap from the rest of the lobby. If you have to have a fight between the first and second, not first, second, and the rest of the lobby. So really nice to see them coming on through and doing exactly what they need to do. Nice to see as well that Team Entity is here still as a trio, so they could still do a lot of good work for themselves here as Melina does go on down to die, and this looks like it might just be the push we've been waiting for.
Oh, come on. Is AFL going to be able to get the ball rolling on this one? That opportunity is there, but they are not confident enough to send it all the way up the hill. But of course, it makes sense, right? They are looking to gather as much info as they can, and the hills don't provide too much clarity in that regard. But the zone is going to force their hand, right? Stage 8 is about to hit, but first we need to work through that closure. It is going to be a rather swift one, as Sun 7 doesn't have too far to move. But this is where chaos will ensue, right? Because AFL and Resilience, their only option is forward. That's the only place they can go.
Yeah. There's not even really an option of doing a long rotation down to the north, up to the north side or anything like that because of how close it is to everything. And Ruben is the last man standing here for Resilience. It would be a real shame to go down, but it is a 1v2. Come on, somebody's got to win. Oh, and it's Ruben who wins that. Hyuk goes on down, and that's going to be an instant point going their way. It's 10 and 12 eliminations now, 126 to 106. This is a massive fight coming on through here. Can he get something done with these nades? It's entirely possible. That's a really good nade, but just falls a little bit short. Berserker now goes down. That's another point squirreled away onto the count. And it's Icy versus Dai. Dai makes the correct decision here to go just forward into zone, but he gets taken out almost immediately, so that's not going to happen. And Icy goes down to 1 HP, but he is going to win against Resilience. 14 eliminations now for AFL.
I mean, it's looking pretty good for them, and out they go. 14 eliminations. It is confirmation secured. 4th place finish, though, so still a very decent run. And that is just Alpha Legends, again, just reinstating their flag, just placing it right there at the top of the rankings. But now, taking a look at the rest of the squad, Sneakletide still in, having a bit of an opportunity here to try and play for points here. Happy to see that Silence Esports has been able to secure themselves 3 so far. But can they now bag that chicken, right? They do have a 47.5% chance of taking the dub here. But it's not going to be an easily won game. Team Entity and Sneakletide are going to look to contest it as best they can. And Psycho coming through with the P90. I mean, come on. You got to be super careful for that gun.
Oh, I do love me some P90 action. It's always so much fun to use, and it is deadly in the hands of a pro player like we're seeing here now. But the top 3 is in NTX, SIL, Silence, and Team Entity. That is who we got going on. 2v3v2 is not a bad mix of things either, as the zone moved actually to the north side. So all those buildings were no longer in place. So a lot of these teams have had to move out of those positions as well. So that keeps it kind of even, right? It's not everybody getting herded into one area with 2 teams just waiting for them. Everybody's had to do a little bit of shifting around here. Nucleotide just down to 2. Looking over to Silence here as Douglas is going to be taking 1 down. Oh, they were aware, but not aware enough, and the AUG is going to do its dirty work. That's going to really leave an opening here for them to actually move on in and do what they need to do. Hollow goes down to 1 HP, but it's not going to be enough to stop them, DK.
Yeah, let's see whether or not Luffy can do anything. The answer, of course, to that question is no. A very abrupt end coming through there against them. But now it's up to the final 2, right? Silence and Entity, to see which one of them is going to walk away with that winner chicken dinner. Of course, Silence could definitely benefit off of having a pretty good finish in this match. But will Team Entity allow that? Is a 2v3 showdown. Neither team really having the upper hand with regards to the positioning here, but either which way doesn't matter all too much, as we are in stage number 9. It is going to be the end of the game, but I like what the Nicro is doing there, looking to set up a bit of a vantage point right alongside Team Entity. So if they vault out the windows, there's going to be a beautiful spray opportunity for them. Now, Daga's also just digging deep, creeping closer, trying to see if he can reach across the way. Maybe that nade could help open the angles here for them. Oh, but instead, Daga's is going to get hit by the grenades as they come through from Team Entity. So even though they can't really see where they need to throw them, they are just going to be chucking everything at them. Now it all comes down to hope. Can they get the job done? The spray is there, but unfortunately for them, they will get eliminated. Team Entity having to settle for 2nd place. Silence Esports coming out of the shadows, rising like the phoenix in their logo there. Or is that an eagle? Either which way, rising on up and coming in to claim the victory. A very nice, well-won winner chicken dinner there.
Very much so indeed. Love to see a new name grace our winner chicken dinner top of the list, right? Really nice to see that coming through. They are a team that needed it. That's going to really boost them on those leaderboards, because while there is a little bit of a gap between some of the teams, it's not as much of a gap as one might think. This win is really going to push them far up the leaderboard, much further towards that top 4 that they are looking for. So very excited to see where that puts them, but a really great show from everybody. I love some of the plays that we saw. I mean, AFL trying to do everything they can to, number 1, escape the zone, number 2, find any sort of opening, and in the end, just having to make their own.
Yeah, that's sometimes the only option, right? If you can't see a door, make one. Right. Just break that wide on open. Speaking about breaking it open, here we have it. It is, of course, Silence Esports coming through with their performance here. 7 eliminations to accompany that winner chicken dinner. So a very good run for them. And of course, a great opportunity has now been brought forward, right? They started off the match with 38 points, adding that 17 onto the overall tally. Does put them considerably closer to the top of the rankings. How much? We'll find out once we get over to those scores themselves. But yeah, a good Miramar coming in. But of course, as we know, there's still quite a few more to go. That is going to be our rankings for the time being. And 18 points, though, going over to the side here of the Alpha Legends.
Yeah, really good stuff. That's exactly what we wanted to see. I mean, the Rondos were a bit of a travesty for them, not what anybody was expecting, but they really showed up and came back strong with an 18-point win. I mean, I think we're kind of spoiled after Rondo, right, with those recalls. So 18 points or 18-point game does not feel particularly good, but this is really good for those of us who have been here a while before Rondo ever came onto the map rotation, right? 18 points in a game is really good for a Miramar for an Erangel, so they could be very happy with that silence as well, with that win just coming 1 point shy of that 18-point mark. So again, a really good spot for them to be in as well. But interestingly, we see 4 teams now with big old goose eggs coming into the end of match number 9. It's going to be Suix, it's going to be Overrated, it's going to be L Officials, and Nepali as well. It's surprising that Suix actually have 0 points because they did not go out particularly. Never mind, I'm thinking of the wrong team, and I will move on to the MVP. Zero Impact Aaron is going to be our MVP for this one, and honestly, that makes a lot of sense. He was doing a lot of good work, particularly early on in this game, so really good stuff to see him up on the leaderboard here. 6 eliminations, 5 knockouts, and 600 damage, DK.
Yeah, it is looking pretty good. So let's see whether or not Aaron and the rest of Zero Impact has been able to do enough to bring any change with regards to their position on those overall rankings. Of course, we did see a little bit of movement during the game itself, but that is excluding a majority of the placement points. So we'll get to take a look at that very, very soon. And of course, well, we are seeing a bit of a situation happening here, right? We've got Team Entity, again, not having the opportunity to get their hands on that winner chicken dinner. They've tried quite a few things, right? They performed quite well, I would say, in this game, coming through with those 10 points that we saw. But again, just getting so close to it, but not just being able to make it all the way to the victory.
And that's what we really need to see. We've got one more Miramar coming up as we've now officially crossed the halfway point, not only of today, but also of the wildcard event in general. So we will be breaking for 2 seconds, 2 minutes, however many minutes, but we'll be right back for the Miramar very shortly. And here it is. We're getting into the next Miramar. We are looking hot and dusty and ready for action as we get into game number 4 of day 2, right? So we're going to be getting into some spicy shenanigans going. The last game was a little bit slower in pace, but it sure ramped up there at the end. And as DK mocks me, I'm going to continue the show. We'll be having words later. Anyway, it's, yeah, we're looking like it's I'm probably thinking we're going to have another kind of slow-paced game, at least in the beginning, right? Because these teams now that we have a solid leaderboard to look at, I think a lot of the teams now are kind of just going to relax into a little bit of a routine. They're going to just try and play their strategy, play calmly, play controlled, and that means we're not really going to see that much happen probably in the first half of the game. As we look over onto our leaderboards, yeah, you do see A4L going to be looking, or AFL rather, looking over at 132 points, nearly reaching that 100 elimination mark here. Resilience not far behind though, maintaining that 22-point gap. So that gap has shortened considerably here, DK.
Yeah, it definitely has, but of course, as one gap closes, another one opens. So it's going to be a pretty tough play between NG Pros and Team Entity to see which one is going to be settling into that third place position, because it is still very, very close. I mean, the L officials could also make a very comfortable run for that, but we are looking at some upward trends here. As we can see, the players there from Silence now moving up into that 8th position. Of course, they've jumped up 3 slots, right? That is why we see Suix and Liquid having those red arrows pointing down, because Silence, well, did some magic, right? But of course, now we got to see what the teams are going to be looking to bring into our second and final serving of Miramar for day number 2, right? The pressure is starting to build, and as we now cross over into the second half of, well, this entire event for the wildcard region, this is where the pressure now heightens, because whatever the teams haven't been able to accomplish so far just yet, now it becomes a lot more challenging to do exactly that. So I don't think we're going to be looking at the same kind of match as we had just now in game number 3. Game number 4, I think, is maybe going to be a little bit more aggressive, right? Especially from the teams that are so close, but they've not yet made it all the way. This is the opportunity for them to go in the distance, right? Whether or not they're going to do that, I don't know. I hope they do. But this is the opportunity for that, right? Because I think once we move from Miramar over onto Erangel, that's where it becomes increasingly more challenging. Not because we're closer to the end of the day, but it's the map that everybody knows, right? You will get punished so hard if you make a mistake on that map, right? So if there's a map where you could still maybe try and get away with it, Miramar is your last chance, right? Erangel, good luck. Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. So I want to see the teams now use this opportunity that they still have to try and make a bit of a difference with regards to those points.
Well, exactly, especially because Erangel is a lot smaller as well, right? Not only does everybody know it, but Miramar is a much bigger map. There's a lot more room for you to kind of make your rotation quietly and quickly and not really catch many eyes looking at you. However, Erangel is going to be definitely a whole other story. So yeah, this Miramar, I would love to see what you're predicting here. I would love to see a lot more chaos coming on through. It's just so much more fun for the viewers at home, and that's who we all think about. So we are going to be looking at the map coming on through in just a few minutes time. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're still waiting. I want to see who you are supporting in the chat as well, though. We've seen a lot of comments coming through, a lot of Abyss fans coming on in and really just trying to make sure that they know that they're supporting that team. Abyss have been doing a lot better today, haven't they, DK? Yeah. I mean, we're seeing a much better performance from them so far.
Yeah, I mean, Abyss, I definitely like where it's heading for them. But they started the day off with 7 points. Currently, we see them sitting on 23 points. So not a crazy increase with regards to points, but it's still a lot more than they had yesterday. Yeah. And that's just only halfway through the day, right? So already, I think it is safe to say that it has been looking pretty good for them. But, of course, we are going to take a look at 2 of our leaders here when it comes to fighting out on the battlefield. it is going to be Kiddo versus Yuk. As you can see, 20 versus 18 eliminations. Very similar with regards to the average damage that they've been bringing on in here, right? 592 versus 594. It is pretty dang consistent. But there's a reason why Yuk is sitting over on the left-hand side and Kiddo's on the right. Well, because somebody chose that. But also, the utilities used, right? 68 versus 31. It is more than double over in the direction there of AFL.
It is, and I think that really tells you a lot about their play style. We don't really see NG pros use a lot of utilities. If we think about back over yesterday, yes, they use them because everybody uses them, but it's not a key feature of their gameplay, and I think you can really see that reflected, whereas compared to AFL tend to use them a lot more. We certainly saw that in that last game. They were chucking them left, right, and center, trying to get any sort of opening they can. So really interesting to see that represented in this head-to-head, because it is true. You kind of get a feel for how these teams play and what their preferences are when it comes to sometimes those utilities, you know, the how they get their damage, how they get their eliminations.
Yeah. I mean, everybody taking a different approach to essentially or eventually arrive at a very similar endpoint, right? So I want to see which strategy is going to pay off for who, because, I mean, even though we looked at two of the players coming from two different teams, right, there's quite a bit of a difference with regards to the overall points between those two squads, right?
Yes.
Alpha Legends having an immense amount, and NG Pros close to that, but not quite there. But speaking of which, though, we are going to be hopping into a quick break while we get ready for our next match. So don't be sure to not go anywhere. Stay here, and we'll see you right back on the other side.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now ready for our second Miramar game. I was going to say fourth because it's the fourth game, but it's not the fourth Miramar. It's the second Miramar. Fourth game of day number 2. It's a lot of numbers, guys, okay? But we're going to be ready to get into the action. Don't say anything. I'm watching you. We're going to be getting into that action, and we're going to be having a grand old time as well. The teams are ready. They're locked and loaded. And we're going to be getting into it. DK, I want to know your predictions coming in here. First of all, where's that zone going to go? And secondly, who's going to win?
Yes and yes, but just to point out how right you were actually, because this is technically the fourth Miramar and also the fourth match of the day.
Oh, you're right.
So,
Actually, I knew that.
Because we had 2 yesterday, 2 today, so you were actually right on the money with what you said. So well done. But predictions. Where is the zone gonna go? I want to see the zone go in the direction of El Pozo, right over towards that western side. Maybe up into the fields, right? I think if it starts over there, it'll just be chaotic enough to force teams to do something exciting, right?
Okay.
So, yeah, as long as El Pozo is kind of within the zone, I'd be happy. If it goes a little bit more north or a little bit more south, that's okay, right? That's okay. I can accept that, but I just hope to see El Pozo in that area. But we are going to be starting with our aces ahead of us, so El Pozo is over there, over on the right hand side. I'm not quite sure if the teams are going to be able to reach from the plane, but that doesn't stop the zone from going there.
No, it doesn't indeed. But you've missed one of the questions, DK. Who's going to win this thing?
Oh, well, that is a good question. My very accurate prediction towards that question, we'll go with I'm gonna go with Team Entity again.
Ooh, okay, I like that. I like that prediction a lot. For me, I think the zone is going to be going over maybe more towards eastern Los Leones, a little bit of Impala, La Bendita, that general area. And I'm going to predict that the team that's going to win is AFL. They won this match yesterday. Can they win it again? They were certainly looking very good in the last game. But that, I think, just a combination of the zone being very mean to them and the just general terrain of Chumaceta was not really conducive to that. So I think, yeah, they could really pull it off in this game.
But so if a zone goes to where you want it to go, right? What would that taste like?
I can't believe you did this to me. It would taste like strawberry ice cream.
Oh.
Okay,
right,
what about you?
Sprinkles on top? With some sprinkles on top or not much? No, not really.
No, chocolate shavings.
See, my answer is just straight up chocolate mousse. That's it. Boom.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Is that for mine or for yours?
Mine. You asked about me. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, all right. I'm just checking.
Cool. We got a zone though.
We do have a zone, but we don't know where it is.
It has formed. It is 200 and something odd meters away from right over here. So that tells me it went north, right? Because Liquid is heading south and over towards that east side. So it is west and it is north, and that is an accident. And who's going to get it though? Come on. Are they going to see resilience? Yep.
Ooh.
Down they go. Molina getting topped up as Liquid comes through to close that one out.
Goodness me, very quick being done. Quick damage being done there, and very quick damage onto that. They shouldn't have done this. Guys, if there's a solo, you know what's going to happen. There's going to be more, and it's going to be resilience, and they're going to be mad. So Liquid, very risky play trying to get that extra vehicle, but I think they might just make it out of there alive. Somehow, some way. Oh, but that's a tree, guys. That is a tree. Just hope you know that. But we're going to be looking... Okay, so definitely has gone north because we got Liquid moving south and that zone is moving away. It's not gone east either. Same thing happened. But where are we here? Yeah, Los Leones. 1,300 meters away from that zone. So you might be just about right here, DK.
Ooh. If only we had a team in El Pozo, then we would know with the utmost certainty that they are in the zone. But yeah, we'll see where the teams are going to be going next as we are hopping all the way through Los Leones, just taking a quick look across the board. So Olympo, decent starting point, right? Nobody here to necessarily contest this looting phase. And so it's going to be quite nice for them. I mean, this is one of those instances where it's easy to get in, get out, right? If you're uncontested. But Los Leones is also big enough where you can maybe share a little bit, right? Not too much though, just a little bit.
Just a tiny bit, and I think a lot of these teams get a little bit too eager and they go, well, we could share, but do we want to? No, not really. Same in Picado, though, as well. It's nice to see that there's only one team here. These teams really spreading themselves out here, really just trying not to get those hot drops going. I think we might see a little bit more of that coming into Erangel, but for now, with this one game, they're not going to risk it at all. We are going to see now that Resilience are inside of zones. That gives us a little bit more of an idea about where we're going. I think El Pozo is going to be in here. It's just going to be a little bit more south than you might have guessed here, DK.
Well, there's only going to be one way for us to find out, right? We'll have to take a look at that zone once we get to take a look at the map itself. But for the time being, the teams, I like what's happening over here. A little bit of spraying, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And we do see Ruben there from Resilience also now falling to the wayside. So Resilience up to a 2-piece. I mean, yes, okay, it's not the worst thing to happen to them, right? They've already closed up that gap considerably, but they are still sitting on a 22-point deficit behind AFL. So if they want to play a serious game of catch-up, they are going to have to patch up their approach here, right? They can't let this happen to them. So let's see, can they survive and maybe make it into those later few stages? Of course, you got to try and hope that your vehicle doesn't get engulfed in flames. And oh, Liquid trying to push on up. I like what Malcriado is doing here, right? That vehicle just slowly rolling forward, kind of moving up with it. But unfortunately, they're not going to be able to make it out of Monte Nuevo as, well, Liquid let them go.
Oh, that is rough. Liquid feeling the burn here because, yeah, Madion's not going to allow that to slide. That is crazy. He's the last man standing, and Liquid have just chased them down. He's going to try his absolute hardest to get this done and get his revenge onto Liquid. I was just wondering where that vehicle sound was coming from. I think it's Ashu here. He's pulled right up, and Madion's not going to push his luck, though. He knows he has to survive for his team, and he's going to move on out. But there is another team. That is going to be Blackstorm. That's who I was hearing. Blackstorm also making their rotation on this side. So this mountain, it looks like it's going to be pretty occupied very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this could be some excitement starting to come into this edge of the map here. Ooh, the spray's now flying over onto Blackstorm, as they are going to look to occupy the mountain here. Always an interesting decision to look how these teams get themselves situated, right? I mean, so many different tactics to get up to the top. It seems like it should be a challenge, right? And there should be some kind of award given to the team that makes it up without any fouls along the way. But Blackstorm, they have at least one player up at the tippity top of that. I'm so happy to see that LeVay is not going to try and push that Porsche all the way up to the top of the mountain itself, but instead is going to be just letting it loose with the DP, just ripping into the side of Liquid, and this could spell absolute disaster now for them.
Well, I don't want to say it, but that kind of is what happens when you put all three in one vehicle. You know, desperate times call for desperate measures, but my goodness me, Liquid, what are you doing? Top had 3 eliminations, and now you're gonna be a solo, if not a duo. I don't see their duo partner here, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll just see. We'll have to monitor that situation as it goes forward. Olimpo now and Zero Impact, they've been going at it onto the North Los Leones area here, so they're going to be looking forward to going straight past them. Olimpo trying to just get out of dodge in any way they can. It does look like Zero Impact did lose 2 here. Siri has 2 players right now, or 2 2 eliminations right now. And there we go. That zone has gone over to where you thought it was going to go, but is it going to go further or is it going to center up? We will know in just a second here. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, it's a San Martin finish. I love San Martin. We got a little bit of Hacienda up there as well. Power Grid's about to be jumping if I know anything about this map. So we are in for a treat here, DK.
Well, I can take a few treats every now and again. But let's see whether or not AFL is going to be one of the teams treating us to a bit of a surprise. A very sticky angle coming through here from Suix, right? I mean, they do see Kavip now getting taken on down. Is ICT going to be able to rain down a bit of chaos here onto Belkay? No, instead is going to be driving down for the chaos. Ooh, exciting approach that they're taking. AFL very scattered all throughout the zone. Can we see them kind of look to wrap that up? We do see Resilience getting taken out. The first squad out of the lobby. Not a single point to show for it. Not the kind of pacing that we were expecting for them. But you know what? Maybe there could still be a little bit of an opportunity here. Alpha Legends, though, are going to face off against Suix. So this could still tip.
It could indeed. I'm just seeing like how the teams are rotating, right? It looks like they're disengaging from each other. I was just kind of waiting, kind of seeing, okay, what's going to happen next? Are we going to start seeing those shots start to fly off? But no, looks like they're going to try and be a little bit more respectful than that and kind of go, hey, we don't need to fight right now. We both want to get in zone. We got different things to do here. So I think that's going to be a little bit of a truce coming on through there. But yeah, this northwest side definitely looking very, very busy. You got Suix, you got Blackstorm. There's a lot of fighting going on over there, as G18 seems to be pretty alone in this compound, and Suix are just moving on in, and the rest of his team looks like he just wasn't able to get out of there and get to his team inside zone in time before Suix decided to move on in. But it looks like the cavalry are coming. Let's see what's going to go down, but it might not be enough time. He goes down immediately. Now it's time for LeVay to just get out of there, right? He can no longer do anything. He gets one knock, and he's going to get out of here. There's nothing he can do for his teammate, and he's only going to put himself in harm's way. So he's going to go ahead and move on out. Let them have that revive. He just wanted to send them a message. He just wanted to try and delay a little bit to try and help his teammate, but now that's not going to happen. He needs to move on out, get back into zone. The zone is going to actually be pushing Suix out towards them. So this is actually a really good play from them to disengage from this and move away and let that team come to them rather than fighting out in the blue.
Well, let's see whether or not that is going to pan out for them. In the meantime, we are going to be hopping over to Nucleotide, over onto the plateau just above San Martin. Oh, the zone is going to be pulling everybody into that city. Hacienda del Patron completely vacant. So curious to see if anybody's going to maybe opt to move into there, as we will have quite a bit of a focus now being placed over on the plateau. That is where the teams are most likely going to try and get themselves situated, especially the ones coming through from that southern side, as Daku and the rest of the L officials now look to gain a bit of entry here. Up they come. Are they going to find the spots though? Because we did see the northern side of this plateau just jam-packed with aggression, right? Nothing happening just yet, but the potential for that aggression definitely starting to mount up.
Yeah, and already these hills are being really populated quite quickly. You're going to see a lot of that coming on through, and these dips and ridges, they're good for a time, but they're still too shallow to really keep you comfortable. There's a lot of switching around that all these teams are going to be doing, and we see AFL versus NG Pros coming on here and in here. Die, the first to fall, actually, to Kiddo. So that's going to be NG Pros having a little bit of an advantage as we swiftly move over to Hacienda. It's going to be 7 deadly sins in this warehouse, just trying to take down anyone they can from Olimpo. Icy the next to fall, and now that Elim feed is lighting up. We are seeing so many fall, so many be taken out, and we're going to start dwindling these teams pretty quickly here, DK.
Yep, that is going to be the name of the game. I like this whole shift in pacing. Team's definitely looking to get a lot more accomplished here in a much shorter span of time. We do say goodbye to Overrated, as they will make their way out of here. unfortunately, nothing to show for this game. It's been a pretty tough run, right? Yesterday and today, proving to be quite a bit of a challenge for them. But now, rest of the lobby continuing forward as Alpha is going to just descend down into San Martin. This is going to be a pretty sweaty position to try and play through. Up comes Olympo. Oh, Charlie, right on the money, gets Hyuk, and down they go. So Hyuk now getting abruptly ended there, right? Not having the opportunity to continue and maybe push for that MVP position. Now this opens up the opportunity for so many other players to try and bring it forward.
It does indeed. I can tell what AFL were trying to do, right? They weren't able to get a position on the south side, so they just rotated around, tried to get some buildings, but they seem to be going down one by one. I don't know why, but it seems like they might be just splitting up a little bit too much. They're not really having each other's back as much as they were in in yesterday's matches. So I think they're just getting picked apart a little bit here, but the zone is going to be moving on in. The teams think it's going to be center. It might just be, it does center up, but it centers up and then goes slightly to that northeastern side. So teams on that western side, you're talking Blackstorm, Liquid, and NG Pros, they're going to have to start moving in pretty soon here. They have 44 seconds on that clock until they have to get a move on, until that zone starts pushing them in. And for one, Abyss have a fantastic position here. I love this for them. This is super open, so lots of information going their way, but it's out of the way. Nobody's really looking at them. No one's going to look at them except for these teams maybe rolling in. So really good position for them to get that party started on those elims.
Let's see, did they bring their hats or did they bring the speaker to blast the music out here? Because once this party gets underway, I don't know if there's going to be any stopping it. MVP, though, is going to lock in the spray. Bring a bit of a tough situation onto the Suic side. Zorn is going to start to move up as well. Blue Zone now going to be looking to constrict that playable area. And of course, with it now centering up onto San Martin, a toxic shift from the zone towards the north could be absolutely devastating for a lot of the teams. Well, actually, the southern side is going to be the more crazy angle to go for here, as it might turn out to be quite a bit of an uphill battle. But let's see whether or not Suix can lock it in. They found that spray over on towards Vixtu. But so far, the angle's working out here, and I mean, it is quite challenging fighting through the city.
Really is, and L officials are really having a hard time as well. I mean, they're right in the middle of everything, so they do have potentially an option to just lay low, keep everything quiet, and then they'll be able to, you know, just ride out this storm. But they have chosen the path of violence, and unfortunately the violence is also finding them just down to a solo, unless he can get that revive ready to go. But they do have a good position, so we'll see how that goes for them. Meanwhile, Bonds is going to be just carrying that crate into a much better position for himself, so they can loot that up. But a solo for AFL is really hard to hear. Hard to hear those words in succession after yesterday's games. 132 points. To be fair, there is resilience been taken out early, right? So there is that big gap. They don't have to worry too much about this game. They could have a 0-point game here and be perfectly fine. No one's going to really catch up to them in any significant way. So this is kind of like a free game for them. So fine if that's what they want to do. But, you know, based on what we've seen in the last few games, it is a little worrying.
Yeah, I mean, 50-point gap, right? Nothing too much to stress about. So it does give them the opportunity to kind of just relax and focus on the gameplay, right? Not feel that additional pressure just mounting on their shoulders here. But the rest of the lobby, as we know, they don't necessarily have that same luxury here. ENT, though, Team Entity, not quite sure where they find themselves currently situated. Can't see them in the immediate area, so hopefully they'll be popping up pretty soon. Olympo, though, I like what they've been bringing in here, right? A nice bit of a defensive position, right? Looking to get a little bit cheeky every now and again, but of course, just predominantly focusing on that cover. And speaking about cover, let's see who is going to need the majority of it as a zone. Is it going to get ready to pop? And here we go. Ooh, okay. It is pulling over to the edges, and this is where Nucleotide actually have quite a formidable position, right? But the hard part is can they utilize that position, right? Can they maybe go up onto the high ground, send one player up there to get that extra little bit of overwatch, and then just rain down onto the rest of the teams? Or are they going to try and just stay a little bit more hidden over on towards that southeastern side of zone?
I'm not sure, but I'm also looking at 2 potential points here. Silence are moving very swiftly to the south side, and then also the NG pros are going to be looking straight at Abyss, because Abyss have a still a decent, if not, you know, even though it's an edge position, it's a decent position in zone. And NG, they're going to look at that and go, we could take that on. That's going to be an unfortunate play if that does happen, because Abyss, being one of our bottom tier teams, could really use a really good game, and if they can't hold their own against the NG boys, then it's going to be unfortunate for them, but they might be able to follow on through. Meanwhile, Team Entity and Silence, these two are going to be going head to head. I thought this might happen, that push through to the south side. Team Entity now under pressure because they need to stay in zone. They're just hanging on to this position by a thread when it comes to that new circle. So they're really going to try and defend this as much as possible, not only because of the position, but just the backdrop it gives you, right? That foundation to make that position, that next position in game happen.
Yeah, I mean, you want to try that transition, you try and make the transition as comfortable as you possibly can. So let's see how this one is going to play out on top of the hill here. The zone, of course, is going to, again, start to constrict. We're about to hit stage number 6 in a very short moment. But Silence, though, I think for the warehouse, an interesting angle. It does allow them quite a good amount of visibility towards the city itself. But just as it grants visibility, it also brings in quite a bit of that vulnerability, right? Because if you can see the players, there's a good chance they have a pretty strong angle on you as well, especially with all that hard cover available within the city area. Now, Suix, Bumblebee, aka Kavik, coming up for a bit of a position here, just trying to sneak through the buildings, trying to advance that position. Meanwhile, NG Pro, right, they're out of here in the field, trying to do the work, trying to see if they can get a jump over onto the side of Abyss. They spotted the movement. Abyss is pretty focused over and across into Hacienda del Patron. A very curious position that we see Nepali moving up in towards. But is there anything going to come from this position, right? Will they be able to make anything happen all the way from the edge of that zone?
That I don't know, but I'm wondering what NG Pros' idea is. I think that they're going to be trying to wait for Abyss to exit that compound, and then that's when they're going to strike. They are waiting for that zone to leave this position, go down to the south, and then that way, like they just did, and then that way they can take them out on rotation. That's going to be much easier than trying to storm the building. With this new zone, Nepal are less likely to try and third-party that because they've got their own free entry into that zone. They've got a great dip there that's going to work really well in their favor. And for the rest of these teams, I mean, the teams on the western side rather, have it really, really difficult. We'll see how that will go for them. Is Black Storm going to be one of those? Suix, on the other hand, as well, actually, a 3v4. They both need to get into the zone, and it's looking pretty tough because even if somebody wins this, you know, you've got a lot of teams on that front line that are ready to welcome you with open arms.
Yeah, they might open you up as well, right?
Yeah.
Open your loot box, take all the loot that you've been able to secure so far. That's the thing that I don't like, right? It's like, oh, that's my gun. Either which way, let's see how this one is going to play out throughout the city as the NG Pros are still continuing to push up. As you can see them off in the distance, going for a little bit of a rush there. Ooh, bringing some excitement in here as well. It does seem like they've targeted the compound that Abyss finds themselves in, right? A pretty focused up approach. You got to watch out for Nepali over on towards that far edge as well, as there's no clear decisive way to take this engagement, right? You're just going to have to wing it to some extent to see, does it actually work out? But so far, it is going to be Entity just coming in on the back side there of Nepali, just poking and prodding in, and the same thing happening here from the NG Pros as they do get that position over on towards Abyss. And this is quite a bit of a sticky situation Nepali and Abyss now find themselves in. Hopefully, Entity maybe spots out the NG Pros on the opposing side.
That would be the best case scenario for Abyss here, because this is great for Abyss that Entity have found Nepal, because that means that that's a whole team off of their backs completely. They can solely focus on NG Pros in front of them. The nades are doing amazing work here, both by NG and Team Entity, and that's going to be Nepal down to just a duo. NGX looking for them. They've only lost one so far. But now Entity looking towards NGX. That's exactly what you were talking about, DK. Here we go, but it might just be a little bit too bit too late, as Lux is the next to go down, but it is going to be Abyss that takes them out. NG Pros, rather, all of them, they have gone out with only 3 eliminations to their name. Abyss managed to stay alive as a duo, but how much longer can they do that, though, DK? How much longer can they survive?
Yeah, I mean, it was only at the 24th minute that we now lost our 4th team, right? We still have 12 teams left in this lobby, so this next few zones are going to be absolutely insane. So we'll see what is going to be happening here. Nucleotide Goblin coming through with a beautiful nade, finding that angle right into the side of Entity. This is a little bit of a disastrous position. Nexus just trying to evade the pressure as best they can, but it might be short-lived. We can see utilities now starting to come in over on towards this western side, and all the teams that we saw situated up into San Martin, they've got nowhere to move, right? Nobody wants to be the first one to take the plunge and put themselves in a vulnerable position. But here we go, as they start to move on forward, it is going to be L officials. Shazra upping the ante, but unfortunately not being able to get that position going here. Black Storm, though, capitalizing on the points at hand. Veneco now going to bring LeVay back into the fight here as they look to continue and play for that positioning. Of course, we are still sat here with 11 teams left. We've only just again lost another squad, but it is going to start to pick up now as the teams are getting closer and closer to each other, and there's not a lot of opportunity available to anybody here, right? If you don't have the good position, if you don't know exactly where the pushes are going to come from, you are most likely going to be the one to get swept away next.
Entirely true. I'm just looking at Team Entity here. 7 Okay, well, God bless it. I need to stop talking about teams. I'm so sorry, Entity. I'm so sorry. The minute I start talking about y'all. Anyway, moving on. Suix, you're my next victim. What's y'all doing? 2 elims, but also a duo left standing. They're going to try to do the 1-by-1 play onto the different people, and oh, I'm too good at this. They are the next to fall. Unfortunately for them, 2 eliminations is all they're going to have to be happy with. Blackstorm as well, very swiftly getting taken out, as well as the zone is just pushing everybody together here. They've waited a little too long, and now it's just utter chaos. Bonds with a great Molotov there just to try and get rid of Olympo before they even can begin. Some really good util being used there, but the zone really hurts. Bonds just about able to get in there. The Molly's doing their work, as well as we look over to Nucleotide coming on through here, and Bonds is just a solo. Everybody's just a solo. There's only one full squad left alive, and that's 7 Deadly Sins. Maybe not for long, though, as Kiddo is going to be, or Kid rather, is going to be looking slightly worse for wear there. Bonds just trying to get any sort of space for himself, but that nade is looking pretty good on the wrong side of that wall, though. 7 Deadly Sins also looking at him. That nade is much better, though. Can he get those elims before he goes out? No, not quite, but it's some darn good damage as well.
Yeah, here we go. The final push, though, maybe at hand for Bonds. Let's see, can he get that push secured? Meanwhile, the res coming through here for Olympo. Just gonna break open that door. Boom, boom, boom. Off we go. Olympo out of here, making it look effortless. But that is gonna be a very upsetting play, though. Olympo trying to hold on. They were able to secure themselves 6 eliminations. And, of course, placement points, right? So decent showing there from them. But now sitting with the final 6 teams, who is going to be the one to shine at the end here? 7 are going to try and do as much as they can. Abyss still in the fight, looking to be as competitive here as they can. 7 Deadly Sins really feeling the pressure here. Only 2 players now potentially in this match. Quite a few smokes, but the timer is ticking. And it's all going to run out as stage 9 is about to hit. This is going to force the hand of so many of our squads. You can see Nucleotide also just trying to survive on the edge. Getting absolutely barraged here. As the shots, the utilities, everything flying in. That is going to be NTX out of here. 6th place finish it is. But now, what can 7 bring on through? Of course, nobody knows just yet, right? Only time will tell. 5 squads left to fight it out to the very, very finish. The odds are quite stacked in favor of Silence. And of course, 7 Deadly Sins and Abyss, right? 3 teams we didn't necessarily think would make it all the way to this late stage. But the chaos erupting up in San Martin has actually allowed them quite a good pickup rate coming through this game.
It has, but you know what's really surprising to me is 7 Deadly Sins have no eliminations right now. How have they managed that? I don't understand that. It looks like they might not get any after all. AFL do go on out. Still a 4th place finish. Consistency is really what they're aiming for here, and that might just be 7 Deadly Sins outdone, dusted, no eliminations, but a 3rd place finish. That's kind of crazy, and it's going to be Silent, possibly looking for a back-to-back here up against Abyss. Abyss need this really a lot, but the back-to-back could be super cool. It's the 1v2. Let's see, gets the 1. Can he go up against a DBS? Yes, he can! And that is going to be Silence coming on through. A big GG's going over to them for the back-to-back winner chicken dinner.
Who would have thunk it, right? I love these surprises coming through, and it's absolutely glorious to see Silent just pushing that even further. I mean, this is how you make your comeuppance, right? This is that approach. This is what you got to do. You got to come in and surprise the lobby. I mean, they started off with 55 points. Right all the way back in that 9th position. Now, after this match, they might quite comfortably be all the way up into that top 6, right? Maybe even further. But of course, we'll have to wait to get the exact confirmation on that. So, yeah, a lot of effort has been brought in. And, I mean, to be honest, yes, the game did start with not as much action as I was necessarily expecting it to have. But once we got into this stage 5, right, it just all rained down. It was just chaos, carnage, and mayhem all over the place.
It really was. Love to see that. I'm still surprised that 7 Deadly Sins got no eliminations in that game. That is unheard of in esports, you know? If you're gonna get that far up, you usually have to take somebody with you. But, yeah, some really good stuff there. And sometimes that's all you need, right? If you've been struggling during the day, you get a good solid position finish, even if it's not a flashy one or a lot of eliminations to back that up, it's still what you need to burst that bubble and get you going. But Silence Esports need no bursting of any bubbles. They are full steam ahead, full momentum, and my goodness, Dagas with 7 eliminations, his teammates backing him up with an additional 5. I mean, they are looking really, really good now.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to boost team morale to the next level, right? I'm curious to see what they're going to do and if they can keep that momentum flowing forward, right? Can they replicate this kind of performance all the way over into Erangel? Of course, time will reveal all, but got to give it up to Dagas. 7 eliminations is going to look quite comfy. Holo also coming through with decent damage, right? 2nd highest damage for the team, locking in 400 and nearly 80 damage. Nicro, yeah, almost getting an elimination. Coming so close to pulling that one out of the bag. But as we know, Nicro went out quite early on. But here we have it. It is going to be Silent walking away victorious. 12 eliminations up. Abyss picking up 5 points. And then, of course, well, 5 eliminations, right? Alpha also going to be sitting on 5 apiece. So I think a lot more of a fair distribution with regards to those eliminations coming into this late stage of the game.
It is, but I'm really enjoying the gap here between Silence and Abyss, right? 22 to 11. That's what, 10-ish, 11 points? Yeah, 11-point difference. Not you say that we have a pretty even score across the teams. We really do, except for Silence, and we haven't seen that very much so far this evening. So nice to see that Silence were really able to put their stamp on a lot of teams and just go, no, these are our points and we're going to take them as we move over to the second page here. Overrated and Resilience. Of course, Resilience going out super early, and Overrated just unable to find any sort of points. They're both going to go out in this game with 0 points. This was the best game, I think, out of the lot for AFL to actually get as many points as they did. With Resilience going out so early with no points, it means that they were able to just widen that gap a little bit more, and for the rest of the teams, they were able to get closer to Resilience. So for them, I think they've really got to start thinking how to play this well and cautiously, and make sure that they don't go out super solo. What I've noticed from them so far today has been they do end up going very solo, and I wish they would tighten that up a little bit. But of course, our MVP is going to be Dagas from Silence Esports. 7 eliminations, 4 knockouts, 561 damage, and a big life expectancy there, 29 minutes and 56 seconds, nearly 30 minutes. So really good show there. The game went as quick as it went. It also, time-wise, was actually quite a long game.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I think it's especially because of that that moment of silence that we had, right? That big, long, silent gap. I mean, we did see 2 teams fall quite early on in the match, and then it took a little hot minute until we saw even more of that momentum then starting to build up, right? It took about, I don't know, 20 minutes, right? There was 20 minutes of silence. A lot of rotating, a lot of back and forth firing across the way. But as we know, it all concluded in that final showdown that we saw just over on towards the eastern side of the lovely San Martin. So with that, of course, being said, that's the end of Miramar, right? We are done in the desert now. We get to venture over into the lovely, luscious green pastures of Erangel to see what the teams are going to be doing. And I'm expecting there to be a bit of an upset now, right? This is the opportunity for teams to do that, right? They know Erangel really well. They've played it for however long. So I want to see what tactics they are going to be bringing to the forefront.
Yeah, so do I. I can't wait to get into all the action, but stay tuned. We're going to head over for a short break, and we'll see you all very soon. Welcome back, everybody. Here we go, ready for Erangel number 1, game number 5. Only 2 games left to go this evening. That was a mess of a game in the last one. That zone, not very kind to anybody there, pushing them all together. Is Erangel gonna be any different? No, it's not. We're gonna be getting into some messy situations, and we love to see it. Much smaller map. Everybody knows what they're doing. DK, we got some chaos ahead of us.
Yes, and hopefully it comes by the bucket loads, right? That's what we want to see. We want to see chaos, carnage, mayhem, and all other very descriptive words that would describe what we are about to witness. I'll take it, I'll have it, and of course looking forward to see exactly that. Speaking about which though, here we go, hopping onto our overall leaderboard as the rankings show. Alpha still holding on to pole position now with a 31-point lead. Of course, Resilience Entity still pretty much in exactly the same position. NG Pros also adding even more to the tally right now on a very comfortable 82 points. Still holding up there, keeping their presence known, but silence. Right, those two winner chicken dinners, the back-to-back play, actually moving them up 3 positions, and that is what we love to see come through, right? Teams gaining pretty good ground, and I mean, this is now the 2nd match in a row that Silence has jumped up 3 slots, right? So they've been making very steady progress all the way up that board. So the top of the board gotta watch out, right? If Silence has anything to say about it, they are gonna come in and try and take their seats, and I mean, that could realistically happen, right? Entity only being, what's that, 15 points away, right? So one good match could change up the top 3 even if Silence is going to look to double down on the efforts that they've been bringing in so far.
It's so true. Another team that I want to highlight is Abyss, right? They came in, I think, 2nd, 3rd place, something like that. But they were able to jump up so much today. Like, we talked about it before, 7 points on the board for them coming into today. Now they're looking at points in the 30s. I think 34 is what they had there. Really, really decent work coming in. Is it going to be enough to make top 4? At this stage, it's unlikely. Seeing as top 4 is in the 70s now, 30 points, yeah, but everybody else is going to be moving that much further on, right? But still, it's a really good show, and I really like to see it, especially because they've got so much support in chat, so I think their supporters are going to be very happy with that. But, DK, we're about to get into Erangel, number 1. Dare I ask where this zone's going to go? No,
because I'm not allowed to tell you. I just received a word that I can't say, right? It is a...
Dang.
Yes. Yeah, it happened so quick. It almost didn't sound like it didn't even happen, but actually it did, right? Trust me. Trust me.
Okay.
Yeah, but of course, we're going to find out as along with everybody else exactly where this is going to be going, as we'll be starting, over towards Everest on that western side. Coming in with an interesting trajectory. Of course, we're heading right up alongside that military island. So a very interesting approach for our squads. But of course, the big question is not only where they're going to get themselves situated, but how are they going to look to push on through once that zone is revealed?
Sorry, I've just been slightly distracted by the stats down at the bottom here. Alpha for Legends have an average elim of 15.5. Is that per game?
Yes.
That is insane. I have never, ever, in all my time in esports, seen a stat quite like that. That is wild to look at. Okay, very interesting. Anyway, 7 Deadly Sins, they're going to be moving Hospital. Oh, somebody who drops Hospital is not a common drop spot, but it's so good most of the time, right? There's some pretty decent loot there. But they're not the only ones to go into the area. There's going to be 3 teams over here in the South Georgia Pole area. So that's going to be nice. Ooh, evening dress. You know what? When you have a fight at 6, but you know, a gala at 9, just come on in with your dress. That's great. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Looks like they'll be just big chillin' for the moment though, as that's gonna be NG Pros as well as someone else I didn't quite see over there.
I mean, so that stat breakdown that we saw there, that is for Erangel.
That is for Erangel, okay.
Yes, because Alpha
still crazy.
Got 17 eliminations in the first one yesterday, following that up with 14 in the second one, right? So that puts them on a glorious 31, right? So 31 divided by 2 is 15.5, right? That's where you got the number from. Yeah, and of course,
excellent.
well, you know, they have winner chicken dinners. They got 1 chicken dinner out of the 2 games, so that's where we saw that one winner chicken dinner come through for them. So that, of course, is going to change as we progress further through this match right here. But let's see what the teams have in store for us. Of course, still that 31-point gap between first and second place. But as we know, the big one we're going to be looking at, of course, is going to be the qualifying slots, right? Who can get closest? As we know, Silence, they've been knocking on doors. They've been demanding answers. Are they going to get those, though?
Time will tell. Only time will tell. As Nucleotide and L officials, they're gonna be definitely. Oh, Nuke is gonna get nuked on. My goodness me, and Goblin's gonna get goblined up, and that's the entire Nucleotide just gone, just done, just out of here. MVP for L officials, actually taking 3 of those, so very substantial win here over onto the Millie base. And actually, we see a little sneak peek of that zone. They are in zone, so it's a very heavy shift to the south for zone number 1. And that's going to play right into their cards, because now they have all of military base to loot up. There's so much loot here for everybody. They're going to be absolutely stacked, and they have the time to do it as well.
Yeah, I mean, they could just gobble everything up, right? Almost like Goblin was trying to do. So let's see just how extreme they can look to go with that. And, well, wow, almost 16 eliminations on average, 3,000 damage for Alpha 4 Legends. That's a pretty crazy stat to have,
insane.
Right? If that was me, I'd be almost too scared to look in the mirror, right? That is pretty intense. But of course, here we have it, the teams having a nice little bit of a loot session. Rozok is nice and quiet, right? The boatyard also not doing too much. School, also not too much happening over there. So I like where the teams are kind of going with this flow, right? Just keeping themselves focused on their loot, at least for the time being. But there is going to be 1 or 2 teams that might feel a little bit restless and start moving about. I'm looking over towards that South and North George area. I'm expecting a little bit of an upset to come through over on that side. But far north, far south, they all just big chilling, right? Abyss and the L officials, right? They've got nothing to worry about. And I think we're not going to see a big rotation from L officials anytime soon, right? They're just going to enjoy the military island as long as they can, right? Go down to the beach, sit there, just kick back, relax, enjoy the sun, and see what it brings.
Hey, you know what? Why not? You know what? If you got that time, use it. Just relax. Make sure that you're prepared for what's coming up ahead of you. I did notice on that the map feed, rather, there is potentially something going down at Primorsk. I think it was 7 Deadly Sins. They're trying to move down into that Primorsk area, or at least nearby. But there's already a team there, so that's definitely something to watch out for. And also over onto North George, we have 2 teams battling, or about to battle it out, because they're getting closer and closer to each other. So I think that Alien feed is going to start lighting up pretty soon here. But for now, we're going to just be on board with Liquid Esports, moving through school and apartment with that 2-2 split. And like you said, nothing really going on here. Zero Impact is going to be that other team over on North George, but it looks like they're going to move out, get out of here, get into zone. They want to make that early rotation happen, and I think for them that's going to be the best idea moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, especially on Erangel, you want to try and get ahead of the zone as quickly as you can, because all the other teams pretty much know what you know, right? So you're not going to have a strategic advantage kind of delaying rotations unless that is kind of your forte, right? Which we've not really seen being the case here for many of our squads. Unfortunately, Entity running pretty low on hope here, as Nepali is going to come rushing on forward. Good play there by Bolin, but what is going to be the response from the rest of the crew? Ooh, seems like they are going to be just opting to go elsewhere, right? Not going to be putting too much focus on bringing their teammate back into the fight. This is how we see some pretty low revive numbers coming through, right? Because he's just going like, yeah, no, you're on your own. Good luck with that.
I'm out. I'm outie. I don't like the idea of that at all. And so yeah, that you know what, that is fair. They're gonna be moving on out here. Yeah, this is what I was looking at down at Primorsk as well here. 7 Deadly Sins just gonna be grabbing one elim here on the way into zone. Just a little bit of a clash there over onto OR. So now they can move along in pieces. Suix, yeah, everybody's starting to move on in now. No, wait a second. Resilience, they lose one more player, so that's then down to a solo. AFL as well, actually losing Bonds very early on. So the top 3 teams both or all have one down so far, but Resilience really didn't need that. They need to have another good game, at least one more before the end of tonight if they want to have a good chance at tomorrow, right? Because these teams are starting to really catch up. The top 6 just within a few points of each other. 3rd to 6th place is what got less than 20 points, which is one decent game or just one random Rondo. I mean, that's what we've been seeing. So yeah, for Resilience, this is not really a good thing at all.
Yeah. Well, let's see whether or not they can maybe look to increase that that point situation that they have over there, because it does make you a little bit nervous, right? I mean, if this was day number 3, they'd be sweating bullets, right? Because it's a pretty tough spot to be in, and of course nothing is guaranteed at this point. There can still be quite a few changes coming through, especially looking at how that top 7 is currently situated, right? Points, you pointed it out, very, very close. So let's see who can get this ball rolling. 0 impact, they need 26 points to play a serious game of catch-up here. That is very much achievable for them. But can they unlock that feature, right? Is it going to remain hidden for the time being? We don't quite know, but they are looking for that approach into the zone as, well, you can see it is centered up over on towards Potato Hill. So not a bad position, and already Resilience and Suix getting a bit of a head start here, right? Already pulling up into the compounds, trying to lock them down, but it is going to be OR, right? Overrated, looking to gain their own bit of entry, and I'm not quite sure whether or not they'll be allowed in.
Oh, Potato Hill, an iconic position to be in the middle of zone, and gonna be pretty contentious. I think a lot of these teams are gonna want to get at least near to it. It is center zone, and there's a lot of really good positions to be found there. For looking down to the south side, if we're looking at L officials here, I really hope that they have the foresight to actually move over to that eastern side and take that bridge, because 7 Deadly Sins, they know there's somebody there. And with the way that the zone is gone, I think L officials should know that most likely there's nobody on that side. So hopefully they've done a little bit of that sort of thinking ahead or trying to predict some of these teams' movements, and they're going to go over to that eastern side, because if they go on that western bridge, there is nothing waiting for them there but bullets.
Yeah, and a bit of a headache, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
you don't want to go for that. I mean, I think the other option would be, if they don't want to potentially push over the bridge, because of course also that blue zone is catching up, right? The other option could be maybe to see if there's a way to cross the water safely, because we did look at that that southern coastline, right? There is still quite a bit of an opportunity for teams to get themselves situated. But speaking of which, though, Suix, they are going to be looking up to Potato Hill. They can spot Liquid off in the distance. That hill glitch currently still working in favor of Liquid. But what is Suix rather going to do in response to that? Well, they choose aggression. They are going to try and rush Potato Hill to just reclaim the edge of that position.
Oh my goodness, L officials have not listened to me. They were not watching the stream, even though there's a delay and they wouldn't have known. But they have decided to go straight for the western side. They've used the hovercraft, which is fair, but now MVP is on his own. He's trying to find that weak spot, which is always this lighthouse. But it's a 1v1 with a shotgun. It might not work, but it does. Somehow it does. His kid goes down, and MVP now is king of the castle, but not for long. That response is super quick, and now it's a 1v2 with the DBS versus S12K. What's gonna happen? He gets another. Can he get one more? 1 for 3. Let's see. MVP already has 3 eliminations on board. He's about to make a 4th. There we go. Where's the 5th now? Trying to get anything he can. The zone is starting to really hurt. The nade could be good. Oh, and it is! It's a little too good. MVP does go on down. And that's going to be 7 Deadly Sins. Sam Sam and Benny trying to do something here, and where were their teammates? That's what I want to know. Okay, so one of them did get knocked on the bridge, but the L officials' response time has been so slow to this. MVP was doing God's work up there on the lighthouse. I don't know how he did a 1v3 like or 1v2 like that, but they just left it so long, and now I mean, yes, okay, yes, they've been able to surround them. They've been baited. 7 Deadly Sins have been baited into going up there, and so now it's a little bit easier for them, but still, I don't like the way that's played out.
Yeah, I mean, that turnaround time seemed to be like around about 5 working days, so that is definitely something that needs to get tightened up. But, I mean, I understand what L officials were attempting initially, right? This strategy would have worked had they been in zone and not 1.3 kilometers from zone, or 1 point however much kilometers away from that zone, right? So, ideally, I'd like to see them not even have wandered back over the bridge. Yes, they got MVP back on their feet, right? But that would be the opposition and the exact moment to turn around and go the other way, right? Get back into the zone. This fight is not worth it. As you can see, the players from the side there of L officials, right? Sitting with 80 points, going up against 7 Deadly Sins, who, I mean, sure, 7 Deadly Sins need the points, but comparatively, L officials don't, right? They are just using up resources here for no reason. Get in the cars, get back over the zone. This nade could maybe turn the whole situation on its head, and they won't necessarily have much to show for it, right? They weren't able to get that squad wipe.
This is slightly frustrating for me. This could have been I don't mind it being in the blue zone if they had wrapped it up a lot quicker, but now you've got this, you know, knock revive, because nobody can actually push forward very much here, and the zone is starting to trickle away a lot of health here now. So it's a little bit of a standoff. So I agree in general, this needs to be disengaged from, and actually, you know, L officials could very easily disengage from this. They have the upper hand, you know, chuck a couple of nades, get in those vehicles, and get out. Right? It's super easy. Just stop them from pushing forward until you're long gone, and you should be good to go. But no, they're going to continue this fight just over and over again. And maybe if they push a little harder, it'll work this time. Come on, L officials. I feel like they know better than this. Yesterday's performance was super just calculated, and this feels reckless almost comparatively. But they are I can't believe that worked. I can't believe that. L officials. Who are you? How did that work? Just 3 nades all of a sudden and the entire team is gone, but now you have no meds. Look at them race towards the zone. They have no medication. There's only bandages. MVP and Sandu now, the 2 fraggers have nothing left, and that might just be the consequence of that fight, DK.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was saying that was not the best call, right? Like, sometimes you just gotta let that ego go. And focus on the objective, and that is to survive to the end. The blue zone, the big bad blue zone, now just having them as a snack. As you can see, MVP getting hit, we got Sandu getting hit, and that is pretty much them now starting to crumble like old little pie flakes there. It is so unfortunate. I mean, they could have handled the situation a little bit better, right? Admittedly, I would have just kept going, right? I wouldn't have stopped. I wouldn't have pulled up onto the players there from 7 Deadly Sins and tried to kind of get that wrap. And they've lost 2 of their players along the way, just narrowly making it into the zone. Yes, do they have 8 eliminations? Sure they do. But there's better ways to earn those elims.
Unless they were super confident that they were going to be able to get them, and they thought, well, if we go out early, we have one more game tonight where we can play super calculated and super slow, and maybe they just went, you know what, let's just go for it and see what happens. I mean, it's possible. Is it the smartest play? I'm not sure, but it's a possible strategy that could work, and so far, I mean, 8 eliminations, still up as a duo. The other thing is just quickly, DK, is like if you're that late into zone, all these other players are going to be eliminating each other, right? They're going to be going for each other. They're going to be fighting each other. So maybe as a duo, yes, you're going to have a lot of health to get back from the blue zone, but you're not fighting all these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the downside outweighs the upside to this, right? They lost 2 players. It wasn't a quick in and out fight. If it was in, nade, boom, 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 boop, up in the cars and leave, great. That wasn't the case, so this could come back to bite them. We'll see exactly how this is going to pan out, but now there's going to be quite a bit of tension mounting over on towards this east, or rather western edge of zone. Wizard now has to make a little bit of magic happen here if he wants to keep that vehicle in the fight and not have it go up in flames. But we'll see whether or not that is going to pan out for them. Silence also now continuing to apply the pressure, looking to step it up. I like this aggression from the side of Silence. Oh, quick little cheeky trade coming through there. Silence, though, not going to be too deterred from this. It is going to be Dealer receiving a few nades. Wizard's got to watch out. He could quite comfortably rotate up into a grenade, but fortunately, they are beating Silence to the punch here. As you can see, Hollow might get hollowed out as the grenades just continue to erupt all around them. But especially now with, Nepali with their backs against the zone, they are feeling a certain level of confidence pushing up into this engagement. But still, gotta watch out. Gotta keep your eyes on all the angles. And Dealer almost now being in some major need of the healer here is, of course, Resilience stepping up to the surprise as well.
They are, aren't they? And you got another team down to the south here as well. I mean, I think there's about 5 teams looking at them. Overrated going to be that other team I was just talking about, looking over the edge here. Silence, it was a good push, but just a little bit, stopped a little bit too soon. There's too many teams looking at you from all sides, so they're going to go on out next. Then it's Nepal. Then it's Nepal, because they just can't keep going. It's just a terrible spot to be in, unfortunately for them, but still, they got 7 eliminations. That's a really good score for an Erangel, so GG's on that front as we move on over to the north side, and it is for Team Entity just going to be deep. One player left standing, only 1 elimination on the board, so not a huge game for them. In fact, it's probably a bad game for them. They were not expecting something like this. Down he goes. There's nothing he can do as Olimpo is going to pick up their 2nd elimination.
Yeah, unfortunate ending there for the side of Entity, but you know what? They tried to do something. Not sure what that something was, but they definitely gave it a go. Now let's see what is going to happen with the rest of the lobby as the NG Pros, they've got a nice bit of a controlling situation up onto this edge zone positioning.
Oh.
Resilience not going to be able to make it out of this, though. Out they go, 11th place finish. Oh, I like the sound of what we just heard. Is Resilience going to be happy with 1 point going their way? Probably not. Let's see what Olimpo can do, as they've been able to secure themselves 2 eliminations, but I'm not quite sure whether or not Charlie can execute a good exit strategy here. Of course, it is going to be the side there of the NG Pros just looking to send it up, and out they go. Olimpo out and done with it. 10th place, almost about to hit that placement point territory. And this is where things now start to get quite interesting. Of course, Official, they've been brought down to a solo. Very tough angle that they found themselves in there. Ooh, but NG, though, just lighting it up, finding play after play in Liquid now. Feeling quite a bit of that pressure being applied. Overrated the next one out as we just gain placement points. And this is where the team now could really start heating it up.
They absolutely could. I love this from the NG Pros, though, as well, right? They're really starting to control the top side. Okay, you know what? DK, you're going to take over the stream. You're going to take over the broadcast, and I'm not going to say a word, because now that's 3 for 3 in as many games. I'm so sorry. Hopefully they can get him back up. Looks like they should be able to here. Maybe not with that nade, though. Oh, goodness me. Very, very close there. But yeah, I do like what NG Pro have been doing. They're really controlling that north side. They're sweeping through. They're being very aggressive, and tonight has not gone their way. I don't think they've only been able to get a few points over the last 4 games. So for them, this game could be the win that they really, really need to get that story straight.
Yeah, I mean, but they're doing pretty good. They're still holding on, right? If they can lock 1 elimination down, that could help move them just that extra little bit further ahead. I mean, yes, the L Originals did climb up all the way into 4th place thanks to the 12 eliminations that they have here, but now their whole strategy needs to slow down, right? Because they're down to solo. It is going to be Daku left to try and carry the rest of this match moving forward. Are they going to be able to get the job done, though? We don't know. We'll find out soon, hopefully. But with 7 teams remaining, things are looking pretty stacked, as we've got Abyss still locked in with a full squad. We've got the NG Pros also still sitting on 4. And of course, Suix, right? Even though there is a knock on their side, it is not going to put too much of a dent in their push here. They do still need to get their butts back into the zone. So let's see how they look to pull that off. But meanwhile, Black Storm, a solo and no eliminations, no points to their name other than placement points. This is a very tough match for them.
It is. We're gonna be looking at, yeah, that's unfortunate. Hopefully they can get like a couple of points. If he can be real sneaky with this nade, it might just happen, but it looks like, honestly, this is going to be an NG game, 110%. Abyss trying to find a position, but they move away now. Nice from Juice, actually, to get that knock just to allow them to move away, question mark? Never mind. It looks like to let them move forward. They get that knock and they want that position. I mean, I don't blame them. NG have a great position here, and Ghosty might just grab a second one. All of a sudden, NG looking super, super low here. Blinky rushing to their aid because Abyss, of all teams, might just take them out here.
Yeah, no, they won't, right? And the reason for that is because Abyss is coming up one by one, right? They're sending up their players instead of a full aggressive force. They've actually let NG kind of just, you know, pick them apart. They still have Mamba. That could maybe come in with a bit of a surprise element here, but yeah, that surprise is out of the bag and off they go. That is going to be it. So yeah, unfortunate play. Maybe Abyss maybe can still pull out something here, but ideally, you know, you want to push up with a little bit of that reinforcement, right? You don't want to come there and then just stand at the top and go like, all right, good. So what now?
Right? Yeah, that's not the way to play it. So we'll see if there's perhaps a different strategy gonna be. Oh! Okay, you know what, Blinky, that is not your fault. There's no way you could have seen that card coming. But maybe you'll be able to grab that one instead, as Pmnc is going to go on down. Suix now on their 6th elimination, moving up into zone. Blinky might just be their next victim if they can catch him unawares. But no, they're just going to be able to loot on up and get out of dodge here. Need to just move on up. Where's that zone going to go? It is going to center up into the open areas, so that makes none of this easy for these teams as we move into our top 4.
Yeah, it's all now down to all officials to see, can they continue just surviving all the way to the end. I mean, Daku now having a lot of pressure riding on his shoulders. Hyuk now also about to have a lot of that pressure come through, as he is the last hopeful for his squad. Fortunately for him, the nade doesn't quite reach all the way in, but confirmation has come through, right? So Lux just adding that 10th elimination to the overall tally. Let's see if Hyuk can survive this. NG Pro, though, still to make a full-on committed rotation, right? They do have quite a bit of options with regards to that northern territory. They are trying to play the elevated position, but looking at where Suix is currently situated, there could maybe be a little bit of threat, a danger, just lurking in the wing here. Suix now cooking up the nades. Oh, watch out for those hits. Quick reaction. We do say goodbye to Daku, who is going to settle for 4th place. We did see, what was it, 12 eliminations going their way. So not the worst finish, but it could have been stronger. It could have been stronger, right? So yeah, that's my theory, and that's the one I'm sticking to. But now it's going to be Alpha Legends, and things are looking pretty tough here for Hyuk.
They really are, but that's not the case for NG. Look at the really big split they have. They had a 1-1-1 split for a second there. They've regrouped to a little bit of a tighter band here, which is really nice to see. Suix as well, full squad, 7 eliminations. They are looking very confident for this win. However, the terrain is not really in their favor, so we're going to have to see how that's going to boil down. But both of these teams looking like they have the upper hand, or at least feel like they do. So we'll see how that's going to be going on. as that solo might just throw a wrench in the works. Remember, resilience is gone. So again, AFL not really feeling like they need to do anything here. They can just be happy with a solo and a top 3. I mean, a top 3 finish, right? That's still a lot of points. So they're just keeping that gap ticking. They're just keeping those points coming, and that's all they need to do at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst position you could be in, right? I mean, it could be the complete other way. So let's see whether or not they are going to be able to ride the storm out. Still 8 players left to try and push all the way to that very finish line. 20 seconds, maybe just less than that on the clock as the zone is going to start to close on up. Stage number 9 about to hit. And that means one thing. The zone and the game is about to end. But I like the setup coming through from Suix. Very centralized. Very strong position here. But now NGs, they are going to start to mobilize. And, I mean, as good as that play is, it could also cause quite a bit of a vulnerability as we do say goodbye to the Alpha Legends. Having to settle for a 3rd place finish this time around. But now, what is going to happen and how will this unravel here? As, Suix and NG, both of them are going to be quite comfortable with however this game wraps up. But both of them are going to try and push for that winner chicken dinner. I mean, Suix, this would be great. This would be golden for them.
This would be a fantastic win for Suix, but I think as well that NG might need this win to break that tie that we saw looking down at them between 3rd and 4th place. So if they want to make sure that they're safely in that top 4, they might want to get this win. But again, it's all down to who can use the terrain better. It's a similar sort of terrain. NG actually now have a little bit of a disadvantage because of Belk's really nice off angle over there for Suix. So we'll start to see what's going on, but stage 9 is going to start pushing them all in together. And so the last few seconds are here. Here we go. Zone is closing now. Both of these teams have done a phenomenal job so far in this game. Both these teams are going to, wow, that was instant. Wow. Oh my goodness me. Gonna be taken on out there. So now it's all evened up. 3v3. The nades are flying. Oh, that's a great nade. The smokes are going down. And everybody's trying to find any sort of pathway they can here.
Yeah, my only question is, why did Suix send their play outside into the blue to go get a vehicle? For what reason? It makes no sense, right? Everybody is well within utility range. But of course, as we know, someone is going to start to run out of those nades. Insane is going to be the one met here by Blinky. So that is the opening angle that they're looking for. The follow-up nades is going to make it for Keva quite difficult. And now for Dafter. Yeah. I'm not hearing any laughter coming through on that end. The sprays are in. They are making connections. And Dafter just now needs to try and survive. But this could be a GG, right? I think this could be the NG Pros just looking to close up this match. And yep, there we go. They are flying on end, pulling out some pretty crazy maneuvers. But either which way, they get their hands on that winner chicken dinner. It's going to taste real good, right? You were talking about a tie coming through for the NG Pros, right? Well, I mean, it might have happened throughout the match, but, you know, they had 82 points starting off the match. Nobody tied with them on 82, but it will definitely allow them to have a better go at the top 3. So curious to see whether or not this is going to maybe get them to knock on 2nd place. Not quite sure if that's going to be the play here, but we'll see pretty soon as we get into that point situation. But you got to give a big GG to the NG Pros. They tried, they pulled it off, they accomplished it, and Suix, mistakes were made, right? Sending a play out in the blue zone to go sip on some blue juice to get the car back? No. Why? It makes no sense, but hopefully they won't do that anytime soon. Again, of course, we never know. We'll find out. But yeah, valiant effort brought through by both of them. And of course, we did see Alpha also trying to survive as long as they can. But a solo can, again, only do so much. All officials, 12 eliminations. Interesting way of trying to get there. But definitely not a way that I would recommend. NGs, though, they're going to be feeling quite comfortable. As we can see, 14 eliminations going their way.
Really, really good finish here, and that is exactly what they needed to get back into the running right. All night, they've been kind of slipping bit by bit down those leaderboards as other teams right behind them have been doing really well. So this kind of game, this kind of win, very decisive in how many elims they get as well, is going to be just the ticket they need to be back on top, back in that top 3, back to being safe. And it couldn't have come at a better time, because now they have one more game to try and capitalize on that, and then they're ready to go for day number 3. Love to see it. 24 points going their way. That is huge with how close these points are on the leaderboard. So really, really good stuff coming in from them. L officials as well with 17 points. I mean, again, really good show from them. 13 eliminations. Somehow they managed to escape the blue after that fight over by the bridge area. And they come home with a lot of points, so somehow it worked out for them.
Yeah. Somehow, miraculously, it managed to work out. And of course, L officials walking away with 13 eliminations. I thought it was 12. Good to see that update, of course. But the Bali also packing a little bit of a punch there. As we can see, they were able to pack themselves 7 eliminations, which is interesting, right? They went out quite early, all the way back in 13th position. So like to see how that is changing up as we progress upwards and onwards. Overrated, of course, going to be starting us off here in 9th place, and Nucleotide right at the bottom of the board. Unfortunately, no points for them in this match, but you know, that is sometimes just what happens. Silence, though, surprising turnout here, right? They went from getting back-to-back winner chicken dinners, instead getting back to 1 point. Like, what?
Yeah, and as well, they had such a great push over onto, I think it was Nepal. They looked really good, but I think they just ended up stopping a little bit too short. They lost a little bit of steam coming up that hill, and a lot of teams were all looking at them. I don't think that's necessarily their fault, but Blinky certainly had a hand in a lot of people's demises. 6 eliminations means he's going to be our MVP for this game. Really, really good stuff coming on through there. He was actually really instrumental with his team. Remember, the rest of his team were down really low up against, who was it? It was not Liquid, it was somebody else, Abyss perhaps, and he came running and was able to clutch it up for his team, so big GG's going over to him. Yeah,
that was in fact Abyss. Abyss came close. They almost played the upset here against the NG pros, but you know, as you stated, Blinky came in to save the day, give that man a cape so he can run around and show everybody, just like, yo, it's me, I did it. But yeah, very exciting things, very exciting Erangel coming through here, but of course we have 1 more to go. So only way to get there, we have to take a quick break to get everybody ready and set up. And while we do that, enjoy the replays and we'll be right back.
We are back, everybody. Here we go. The final countdown. The final game of day 2. Here we go. We are locked and loaded, ready to hit Erangel for the final time for day 2 before we do it all over again tomorrow. But DK, these are the final days. Final days? These are the final game that these teams really have before things get very serious for day number 3.
Yeah, here we go, right? We're going to see what the teams are going to be bringing in to see who will be popping off with what, where, when, and why. But, yeah, looking at the whole situation here, NG, they are getting pretty close, regaining a little bit of that territory, of course, moving up right there alongside Resilience. If you remember, back in the previous match, right, before we got to this point, Entity kind of hopped up ahead of them, right? Now, they got back into position. They said, no. That's not allowed, right? So I like what they've been doing here. I still want to see Entity get a winner with a chicken dinner. That is still the team that I'm going to be rooting for over here, because now they're the only team in the top 6 holding on without getting their hands on the winner chicken dinners. Everybody around them has had a minimum of 2 victories, right? That's pretty crazy. So hopefully this game could be the one in which they unlock that opportunity. But, yeah, let's see. Maybe hope is around the corner for them. And, of course, gaining entry up in towards the top 3, top 4. It is becoming increasingly more challenging for teams like Silence, Zero, or even the side there of Black Storm, right? All 3 of those teams, even though they're in the top 8, they're going to have a phenomenal game number next to come in to get that victory, to put them on par with the teams up in the top 5, right? Otherwise, they're just going to be sitting back eating popcorn.
They are. You know, another one I'm really looking at, though, DK, is Resilience. They haven't had a very good day today compared to yesterday. They've had a lot of games where they've had 1, 2, maybe even 0 points, and it's starting to catch up with them. You saw there the NG Pros, they're, 5 points behind? There used to be a big gap, and now it's dwindled to absolutely nothing. And if NG have another good game here, then that could spell disaster for Resilience, and they might just not feel as good coming into day 3. So hopefully for them, they are able to rally, get it done in this game. A win is really what we want to see. They've already won the first Rondo of today. Can they make it a 2 for 2, right? First Rondo, last Erangel. That's what we want to see. Come on, Resilience. If you want to keep your second place, you got to do something here. As we get over into Erangel, the plane has taken off, and we will be landing very shortly.
Yeah, I mean, back on the first Miramar of the day, they had a 25-point lead ahead of Entity and NG Pro, right? NG Pros were even further behind them. That was like 31-point gap. So, yeah, there's been quite a bit that has changed up, right? Going from 31-point gap to 5. That should make you hold on to your seat. If not, you have nerves of steel, and I commend you for that. But, of course, the final match is going to be that last opportunity for teams to make any major impactful plays with regards to those points. Let's see, can they pull it off? Tomorrow, it's not the day where you want to make big moves, right? Unless you are close enough to make those big moves, right? But, yeah, if Black Storm is going to look to do something, if Zero Impact is going to look to do something, even if Silence wants to come for another chicken, this is the last opportunity, I would say, that they really have to do that, right? Other than that, I think the teams at the top are going to try and lock it in, right? They want to try and settle those final few slots to see who will be the teams to move on, as we also see that zone pulling up into prison.
That zone wants chaos for the final game, and I can't blame her, honestly. That is a whole lot of water, a whole lot of coastlines coming into play in this first phase of the game. A lot of these teams are going to have to really figure out their loot spot, loot up, and get out of Dodge fast. They've got to find that early rotation. I think that's going to be the best possible answer for everybody here. I really wish a lot of these teams would stop doing these massive solo splits, though, because time and time again today, we've been seeing a lot of teams do this and get punished for it, right? They keep losing 1 or 2 players here. So I really wish they'd stop doing this. But for now, I think with everybody being very careful, it's somehow going to work out just fine. But only in this match. Don't do it again.
Yeah, yeah. We'll allow it once. Or twice. Or 3 times. I don't know. But don't do it again. And again. And again. You know, you're only allowed to do it once. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. And they better listen as well as... There's already fighting going on. Hold up. Who's doing what here? Goodness me. That's some nades being put through back and forth here over in prison. It looks like it's friendly fire. They're just having some fun.
They just testing out the weapons, right? They saw that there's ammo, and now they're like, you know what? There's so much 5.56 here. Let's just have some fun. Ooh, that nade, that's not fun. That came real close. So much so that it almost scared the observer, right?
Yeah.
It was just real up close and personal. It's like, uh-oh, I'm not going to move. Just going to stick on this position for the time being. But this is now Resilient's opportunity to try and see, can they get that final push, right? Can they get the momentum rolling on this final game of the day to close the gap, which they were so close on closing earlier? But, of course, AFL just widened it wide open again. Nucleotide out to go, though. Unfortunate for them to be the sacrificial offers here, but yeah, somebody has to be.
Somebody's got to do it, and Resilience now have a little bit more of that momentum. Yes, Median did go down, but they'll get res back up, no problemo. And they're going to have a really nice 2-2 split on these compounds here. Very strong position, particularly for those rotations coming through. So they're very strategically placed. They've got a few eliminations under their belt already, and they're going to be up as a full squad. I like the odds here for this team, and this is exactly what they needed before we move on to the final day tomorrow.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to try and replicate for the remainder of this match here. But, well, one aggressive team getting the job done, almost paying the price. Marion did survive, so you know, not all is lost. I'm curious as to see whether or not they're going to be able to get that car off the side of the building. Seems like that might be happening right then and there as they continue to move on forward. But yeah, here we go, pulling over towards that far eastern edge of the map. And we already see Olympus situated, 7 Deadly right there alongside them. Suix coming up from that southern side. But I'm curious as to whether or not there's going to be any major congestion over on towards this western edge, right? Liquid still kind of locked up into school. We got the players there from Overrated kind of waiting for everybody to rotate on through. But yeah, hopefully our officials will not have a bit of a bridge play here, right? They do have that eastern breach that they can rotate up, but it's in zone. They're safe. They can do it this time around. Let's see whether or not they're not going to make me get all nervous and things.
I'm actually surprised that Resilience did not stay in that position. I would have thought they'd have tried to do a little bit more of the gatekeep idea, but it looks like everybody's just decided to pile up onto the north side of Lipovka, because there's maybe 4 or 5 teams there out of everybody, so that's going to be, I think, the hub of a lot of activity for a good long while here. Meanwhile, there's a lot of teams on the outside, on the far reaches of the map, that have decided not to come in just yet. Meanwhile, 7 Deadly Sins, hang on! Oh, he tried to do it! He got the one, but couldn't get both. A really nice 2-pronged attack there from Black Storm, and that's going to be them just, you know, an easy 1 elimination going their way, but 7 Deadly Sins are not happy. 1 got stung, the rest will follow. Let's see now, the nades up at the top here, gonna try and get something. It does get Sam. Sam goes down, a really nicely timed nade, and that's gonna be 1 over the top. Very nicely played, Vinenko. Trying to do everything right, and he does it! Oh my goodness me, that was nasty! A full squad wipe for Vinenko there. What a play coming in from him.
Hey, you know, we went from vengeance to pride, right? What a play. And of course, that is exactly what we wanted to see. You gotta give credit over to the side there. I mean, Vinenko, right? We did see Pmnc in one of the previous matches having a little bit of a fumble, but what a way to stand up and, you know, kind of fix that whole situation. Love that. That is a big old upset coming through right there. I mean, I'm pretty sure that 7 Deadly Sins are not pleased with that turnout at all.
No,
like,
they
like,
can't
who
be.
was that guy? I need his name.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, no! Liquid coming in and ruining the hopes and dreams of Black Storm. Our hero of the hour just became, yeah, food for thought. Coming in here against Liquid, and now it's just LeVay left standing. Come on. I'm rooting for him in some way just because of that last fight, but LeVay's got a big order. It's a tall order. 1v2 here, shotgun central. Trying to do something, can't quite manage it. Liquid taking advantage of the low health of Black Storm, and that's going to be them going out. But isn't that always the way, DK? It's always after those classic 1v4 epic plays that they go out immediately after. All I can say, though, for 7 Deadly Sins is, hey, you need to be prepared that you're going to be on Instagram tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, we can already hear, you know, everything being prepped in the background there. All them pings going off. It's like bing, bing, bing. Right on the money. But let's see who is going to be the next ones to go for gold here, as we've still got 13 teams left. And outside of the 3 teams that we just saw being involved in the insanity, there is still quite a bit to come on through. Abyss, NG Pros, again, right, being absolute, what's the word I want to use here? They've got a thing out for each other, right? As you can see them continuously finding those rotations out in the randomity, which is, of course, this lovely area here. But you have Zero Impact starting to move up as well. AFL starting to roll on through. They've already sent 3 of the players up. ICT maybe just stop to take a look at the birds, but here we go. How are they going to rotate up? Could this delayed rotation maybe be a tactic? It's something that could work out here for the side of AFL. It's not working for Abyss, though, as Ghosty is getting shot at.
Are indeed. Wait a second here. Abyss. Just trying to hold on bit by bit. Get that med up and running. And then, okay, I like the regroup coming in there. The regroup is good, just because the solos, like I said, the solos have been really, or the teams have really been trying to pull solos for a long time here, and it's nice to see that it's not going to be happening right now, as AFL now trying to move forward. Icy just trying to do something, and the rotations are coming in thick and fast now. I love this from L officials. They're really trying to move forward with the hovercraft. This is actually such a great angle because we've seen the chaos up on the land, right? And they are aware of that, aware of what's happening. They're just going to try and circumvent that whole thing.
Yeah, I approve of that rotation. That one they can do anytime, right? So that one looks a bit better, but we'll see what is going to be happening here. Liquid still just trying to play over on the edge of prison. Bofcut looking to be a pretty tough area to play through here. Can Zero Impact maybe get something to start popping over onto the side? Not quite sure. There's no one really to throw those nades at, but Liquid down on towards that southern side could maybe prompt a bit of a push. As you can see, Zero Impact now getting ready to roll on forward. There we go. There is a Lumpo way off on the edge as L officials now gain entry. They pull up onto Multa. There's already one or two positions occupied here, but yep. I would guess that they would probably go for a little bit more of a removed angle, right? Lipovka and Multa Power, those are the 2 hot spots to be in.
Oh my word. The zone has it out for everybody here. Still 13 teams left remaining. The bullets are starting to fly because there's just no land left for anybody. All the water is out there, and could we possibly get an EL win here just by the power of the hovercraft. It would be pretty insane if we did. But AFL, full squad, up on the cliffside. They are surrounded a little bit, but these dips in these cliffsides usually have give you a lot of cover, at least for a little while before the teams start getting a little too close and within nade range. But let's see what they got going on. Bonds moving on forward, just trying to get any little headshots that they can. It is working for the most part. Just make sure that team keeps their head down. And then all of a sudden it's like Team Entity, you know, they're just in the field and it's you know, music playing comparatively. Just there is a team over there. It's Abyss and Entity together here. But it just is not the chaos that we're seeing at the cliff sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's two very contrasting positions to look at here, but of course, you know, there's still going to be a lot of that chaos now coming in pretty hot and hard as we see 12 teams left. Not a lot of space to work with here. I mean, yes, this is stage 3, but it's pretty much the equivalent of stage 6, right? A pretty tough angle for them to try and work through now, as Alpha pretty much pinned here on the edges. Bonds just getting a quick little check up on, like, you good, bro? Like, yeah, let's roll. So let's see what is going to come from that. Icy, gotta watch out, right? This player's not backing out of any positions just yet. And Abyss now could fall victim to a little bit of a spray coming through from Entity. But I like this approach here from Entity, playing it a lot more calculated, right? Not going to be as out there as they've been before. Instead, looking to capitalize on the coverage that they have and bringing Abyss down to a solo now.
That is unfortunate for Abyss, but they've had a really good day so far, so maybe just a little bit of an early fall down in this match isn't going to be the end of the world for them. GG's a really good day today. I think they've got 30 points, which is far more than they had yesterday, so really good job coming their way now. But the zone has moved away from the north side, so now NG and Olympo, they both have to move forward, and it's looking like NG have got the short end of the stick here. They're really in a difficult position to play, and I think Olympo realized that. They've got them surrounded on all sides, and it's just going to be a real catfight to try and get out of this one.
Well, let's see. Did they sharpen their claws, or are they going to be sitting here coughing up fourballs? We'll find out pretty soon, as EF is just needing to send the nades downstairs. Charlie, of course, is going to get absolutely gobbled up by that blue zone. Oh, the nade. It's pretty close. Siri is falling down. This is Olympo going from having quite a bit of leverage against the side here of the NG Pros to now being down to a solo, right? Yef is the last one left, and that whole advantage now has just turned on its head.
That's really unfortunate for Olympo. That was a massive opportunity to get a really good squad wipe on a team much higher up on the leaderboard, but oh, hang on, kiddo. Might just go down here. He loses the 1v1, but it's okay. Olympo do go out there. His teammates back him up. They're going to be able to get him back up, rezzed up, healed up, and they're going to be able to move forward as 3. How much longer they can survive, though, I don't know, simply because of how that zone is going to be treating them in the next few minutes. Stage 4, it's only stage 4, DK, and we have so little land left. 10 teams alive remaining. It's going to be one heck of a fight to get anywhere near this new zone for them.
Yeah. Let's see who's going to be able to hold strong, hold steady. Zero impact. Yeah, also just narrowly squeezing on through there. Also, then the players from the NG Pros need to move on up. Oh, easy claps here for 6 cents.
Wow.
As Nepali gets spotted, absolutely ran out of the race here. Very aggressive approach to take. But you know what? We'll take it. I'm not quite sure how Redemption survived that, but if somebody just coughs in his direction, that is going to be the end of the road. And, well, somebody bring the tissues because it is over. Out they go. Very abrupt end for the side there of them. And, of course, well, down to the top 9 we are. Right, 0 impact. A very unfortunate finish there on some of their players. And, you know, things pretty hot and sweaty all over the place. I mean, it's just such an interesting playout that we have here. But can they survive, right? Can Redemption make it through this one? Gotta watch out for Psycho. Oh, that nade over the top looks good. Does find decent damage. A few more. But of course, I personally don't want Entity to go out just yet, right? I want them to get a winner with a chicken dinner. But it's not about me. It's about what the teams are going to be doing around them. Down goes Psycho. Next is nade.
Beautiful.
Boom on the money. Oh, that was absolutely dirty stuff happening to them. But Team Entity, hey, they're here at 100 points.
They did. 7 eliminations. Really, really consistent today. I've really enjoyed watching them play. 0 impact as well. Been very consistent to a lesser degree. It's been a little bit more ups and downs. However, still really good stuff coming in. They've got 1 solo left remaining. If they can just kind of chill and hide out for a little bit, they'll easily get a top 5 finish. So looking very good for them as well. I want to know, DK, though, how NG got from the north side and should have gone out very early on to now having a really strong position in this new zone to the point of being able to split and spread out.
Strategy, right? Being sneaky, right? Kind of just riding that zone, trying to advance their way on forward. And of course, I mean, just a quick dip in, right? Because they pulled down south, got to that area, just went yeet. Pulled to the left, ride that ridge all the way up into where they need to be. See, cut right through there. You see that spot over there? They went through there and then they got in over to that spot over there. It makes perfect sense, right? I mean, if you can't see what I'm pointing, just believe me, it worked. And speaking about working, well, Redemption getting worked out here as well. As we are now down to 8 squads, or 7 rather. The 8th one just going down. 0 impact, finding themselves quite a hard impact, as you know, those shots, they hurt a little bit.
Okay, the vehicle going, no, I don't think you should go this way. No, you maybe go back up a little bit. But no, it's gonna be fine. Everything's good to go. And this zone, man, is insane. We have not had a zone like this in a very, very long time. And all these teams, I'm sure, are really loving that it's the final game, and that's the zone that it decides to show up on. But we are seeing now, yeah, Silence going on down there. Degas being the next to fall there, over towards Resilience, picking up their 3rd elimination. Still a low amount of elims for Resilience, but, or 5th elimination rather. Who was I looking at before? Still a decent amount of elims. Not super high, but they don't need to be super high. All they need is a win here. They need a high placement as well with decent elims, decent damage. Lux tried to nade himself, it looks like, to deny the point away, but it wasn't going to happen. He knew who he was up against. Tried to do something about it, but nope, it's not going to happen. And they're going to steal that point away here. NG going to have to survive as a 3-man over onto... or a duo rather, on that cliff side. So we'll see how they square up towards some of these teams. And actually Resilience, not going to let them have any sort of break whatsoever. Already looking for that info. Might just get saved here by EL. Might just get saved because that overlook means that Resilience can't really push up. Look at the spread that they have. Yeah,
I mean, EL officials really taking edge play to the extreme, right? Going to the edge of the playable area here for them on the map, but can they survive? And of course, AFL also looking to double down as they push up onto Suix. Oh, Suix. This is literally being caught between a rock and a hard place, right? They can't move backwards, otherwise they are going to lose their health. So let's see how they look to get themselves out of this predicament. But you got to commend the efforts here by the side of L officials and of course AFL. There we go. Suix having their numbers slowly start to dwindle down to essentially a 2-piece. Right, that 1 knock is in. Belk not going to survive for too much longer as the send comes through. A saving grace could be AFL and EL having a bit of a showdown, but Bulk, yeah, there we go. Suix out of here as they're going to have to settle for a 7th place finish, at least taking place in points, right? Not necessarily a lot of that. 1 point is all they get. But here we go. The final 6 teams now playing for the big score here, right? Everybody having some decent eliminations on the board. Ooh, cheeky angle here by NG Pros, though.
Very sneaky little cubby to hide away in, but it's not going to work for very long. That does mean resilience. I mean, they do have 2 down, but I think they're going to be able to get those rezzed up, and they should be back up as a full squad, ready to go. 8 eliminations on the board. AFL also with 7, and that's going to be OR taken out. L officials able to just control this next couple of phases. Now, they only have 2 eliminations, but still, that is going to be enough to just keep them ticking. The control they have should allow them to have a few extra more before either they go out or they get the win. The only problem with this play now is, of course, going to be AFL, because they have a very similar split on the same terrain just right next door. So they gotta be very careful. But DK, I think actually, rather than being careful, I think they're gonna want to take this, because it's gonna happen sooner or later, and it looks like AFL might be trying to gain dominance very quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? They've got the numbers, they've got everything they need to work in their favor right in their hands. Let's see, can they pull this hat out of the bag? In the meantime, Resilience starting to move up. A very interesting approach here. Oh, cheeky angle. There we go. I love that Madion did spot the potential threat looming there at the expense of MVP. Now, that's 1 player down, 3 more to go. The rest of the squad falling back, looking to reinforce that southern positioning. But this is now forcing L officials to come up with a completely different tactic, right? It's really throwing that whole strategy of theirs on its head.
Oh, these are actually really great concrete areas, you know. If there was a slightly different angle they could take there, there's some really great cover to be had from behind those, but I think the team behind them is just gonna not really allow them to use it too much, although Ruben's trying his darndest. This is a really nice spot to have. So Resilience here looking like they might just have a top 3 finish in the bag, if not the win. But we'll see, because Silence could be the backstab. You always have to watch out for those solos, and either one of Resilience or of AFL, but I think Resilience. Yeah, Molina knows he's there. That's going to be some nades being chucked over. Those smokes are a dead giveaway. And they're going to try and grab their 10th elimination. Make it double digits. Why not? It's the last game of the night.
I mean, I also just think Molina wants to go for the great, potentially, maybe, right?
Oh.
But yeah, definitely trying to get the jump in here, sending out those smokes, testing to see if there's any shots coming in your direction. A really good tactic to utilize, but now they know the gig is up, right? That whole position just being revealed. Unfortunate though for the side there of Silence, because actually it was a pretty decent position. But now it is going to be L officials also still just hugging the living goodness out of the zone. I like the fact that they've got that hovercraft over on the edge here. Just kind of sitting there looking on. They do have that extra emergency cover should they need it. So let's see how this one pans out. Silence though, for the time being, going to be able to hold on. AFL, I like the mobility. I like the awareness coming through on their side. And ICT just locking down this eastern side of the zone, right? Just going to be keeping a very close eye on L officials to see if they are going to look to maybe push their luck.
I think it's just a game of patience at this point, and really just deciding what Resilience is going to do, right? If you each set up, then you can just wait for a third party to decide what's going to happen, right? I think that's certainly the case for AFL. They've set up. They know that there's a volatile team in the middle here who are looking for just anything they can get their hands on, including the last solo of Silence here. Now that they've set up correctly, AFL might just be in a position to take out this team. It depends, though, on what L officials are going to be doing here, right? Because L officials could definitely third-party anything that happens, and I think Resilience knows that. So the 4v3v4 is nowhere near done yet. I mean, what do you even do here? This is a real head-scratcher, really, a three-way tie. It's also open. Everybody has angles on each other, and I think that's just going to be Medion. Gonna be trying to take out Icy there. It doesn't quite get the knock, so the door isn't opened just yet, but it does give you a little extra time to get that info on those other teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky call to make at this point, right? You just got to go with whatever feels good to you, I would say here, right? That zone is going to hit stage 9 in a few moments. And whichever way they look at it, right, there's only so much they can do. And the fight is essentially going to come over to the side here of Resilience, right? They've got this big, long ridge that they can try and use to capitalize off of. But, of course, they are still well within utility range, as we can see. Malcriado getting hit. Beautiful shot coming through there. Alpha, this is their opportunity to kick this ball into high gear. As now, ICT quickly having to fall back, just patch themselves up. Look to capitalize on the positioning. And where's this going to go, though? Is there going to be an opportunity for L officials maybe to still stay in this fight? I did see one of their players hopping back into that hovercraft. But I hope that it's not slid over the edge there, because regardless of where it is, if it's outside of zone, that is going to be the quickest ticket to get back into the lobby.
Interesting, though, as well, is what I'm seeing is I've just been watching Icy heal up. He's only just now healed up. I think he only has bandages left, so that's going to be really telling in the next couple of minutes, because these sorts of fights, you need to be able to heal up quickly. If you only have bandages, you can't heal up quickly, and you can't heal up a lot. See, for L officials, they've got at least some healing, some first aid, something else other than those bandages. So this could be where AFL might fall down a little bit if they don't have those meds in store. But we will see Sandu, just grabs one shot onto Icy, but he dips down before too much damage can happen. But it is stage 9, 10 players left remaining, and they're all just gonna have to run in and start just spraying down everybody in sight, including teammates if they have to. Let's just see. Sandu, though, with those smokes, gonna be moving on forward. Now big nade, trying to use those smokes to get any sort of leverage, any sort of cover they can, but the spray's coming through the smoke. That really just shows you what soft cover means, that nade is good, does take a little bit of damage. Median does go on down, though, so it's a three-way fight, and really it's all of these players looking in two different directions at once, and Hyuk gonna try and do something, isn't gonna do anything, though, gets taken on down. Now it's just Raj for that team, 4 L officials, last man standing, gonna try and heal up. Meanwhile, AFL and Resilience gonna be doing their thing as well. Molina gonna be trying anything. Ruben takes down one more player. That's AFL gone, and that's EL gone as well, and that's gonna be Resilience. They do it again, DK.
Yep.
The first and the last game. This is a pattern with this team. Love to see it. Big GG's going their way.
Yep, they set the standard of the day, and then, of course, they just reinforced it right at the end as well. So, yeah, pretty good consistency, right? A whole different kind of ball game being played here by the side of Resilience, but, you know, that's what it all boiled down to. You're going to have to get creative, right? That is the only way to get that dub and, well, lock it in. So, yeah, very exciting action here. Love what they brought to the battlefield, but, of course, now we got to see how much have they been able to impact those standings, right? Resilience locked into second place coming into this game. Yep. Are they still facing any potential threats, maybe looming on the side there of the NG Pros? We don't really know, right? We have to see what the point distribution is, where the teams find themselves, and, of course, if they've done enough to make tomorrow a slightly easier day.
I kind of want to make a bold prediction, and having not seen the leaderboards yet, it is a prediction, but I kind of feel like we have our top 3 kind of set already. I don't see AFL or Resilience, and even maybe NG, really making that bad of a day 3, so that they actually fall off, right? I don't think anybody's really going to catch them at this point. Resilience, certainly, even though they had a lesser day than day 1, they still grab those 2 wins. They still grab a whole bunch of points. I mean, look at Molina here. 7 eliminations, over 1,000 damage in this game alone. That's going to be bringing up their total to 14 elims. So that's a 24-point game just to finish off the night. So it's not the most stellar night they've had, but they do just enough to keep ahead of the rest of the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that I'm not convinced that they've been able to catch Alpha, but I think they've definitely put in quite a strong effort to try and close up that gap considerably, right? By how much? We'll get the exact figure pretty soon, but yeah, you gotta commend Resilience on this consistency, as you said, right? First game, last game of the day, for both days so far, they've been able to close it up. Alpha Legends, though, they're going to be finding themselves a glorious 14 points there. Our officials also going to be picking up a fairly good run here for eliminations. Not the craziest that we've seen from them, but you know what? 10 points, it's going to work.
It is going to work, but just quickly, something to notice here is if Alpha had had another game of 0 points, Resilience would have caught up. Remember, their gap was only 20 points. So for Alpha to come in with a 14-point game means that they just keep that gap alive. They keep that distance a little while longer, ready and set up for tomorrow. So a really interesting little tidbit there that Resilience now closed the gap, but they haven't caught up just yet. 10 points still remaining between them. So something definitely to watch out for tomorrow as we go over to the second half of those match standings. Again, 7 Deadly Sins going out with 0 points. Nepali and Nucleotide as well. Abyss, unfortunately, only getting that 1 point. But yeah, a lot of 1 points. 1 point scores here. A lot of teams unfortunately being a little bit of fodder for a lot of these teams, but I don't think we can blame them. We gotta play in that zone because that was crazy. I think that's the craziest zone we've had so far, DK.
Yeah, of course, that 20 point play that you're talking about, that was all the way back in game number 9, right? Game 3 of today. And so from there, things started changing up quite a bit, right? Then we'll take a look at the point situation once we get into those overall rankings. But I mean, Alpha, they were in no position to stress about Resilience catching them, right? Even if Resilience got another winner chicken dinner, they still wouldn't be in a position to stress about it, and it all makes sense once we hop over onto those overall rankings to see exactly what the score is to close up today. But Resilience, right, 4 chicken dinners in the bag. They've had a really, really good run. In fact, they've had the most chickens out of all the teams competing across the board here. So yeah, they just know what they're doing, right? That Resilience is paying off at the end of the day. Speaking of which, it is paying off so much that Molina is going to be our MVP here. 7 eliminations and just hitting over 1,000 damage. Of course, back in the day, this would be that moment for a bell of 1,000 damage to go off, and you know, there we have it. Ding, ding, ding. Molina did it. 1042. Really good showing here. But we got to see where Molina finds themselves with regards to the other MVP contenders, because as we know, that is also part of the prize pool distribution, right? $300 going out to the person that can clutch it up and get their hands on a nice little bit of excitement there as well. So we'll be taking a look at that very soon. Of course, so soon that we are right on it, right? It is going to be Bonds, though, sitting at the top of the board. Molina coming in very close second, 2 eliminations away, but the damage is definitely leaning in favor of Bonds. Almost 7,000 versus almost 5,000 for the side there of Molina. So some pretty hefty numbers, quite a big contribution coming in across the board. As you can see, Kiddo also locking in a pretty impressive figure there. We got Hope coming in, as well as ICT. So a lot of hard work being done all over the battlefield here. But I like where it's going, right? It is resulting in some pretty exciting matches. But of course, that all boils down to one thing, and that is maybe gonna be what the overall rankings will have in store for us.
That would be phenomenal to see where we're going to be sat and going into tomorrow, into day number 3. Remember, now we only have 6 matches left, so it's all to play for. The leaderboard is still very close. Certainly, you know, 3rd and below, so that 3rd, 4th place is going to be still up for grabs potentially here as we look at this head-to-head. And yeah, we're just seeing, wait a second, hold up. I was just like, oh, we're seeing like the same thing in a different format. No, used throwables, 143 versus 40. I don't think I've ever seen such a discrepancy, such a difference between 2 players. My goodness me, that is insane. That is a crazy, crazy stat there, but yeah, it just goes to show you again, similar to what we saw earlier, that AFL just love their nades. They love to use their utility more so than a lot of other teams, it seems, and so far it's really paying off for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say that, you know, AFL here, they're the bomb, right? They just popping off it. But of course, in case you missed it, here are all our winner chicken dinners of the day. First one went to Resilience. Last one went to Resilience. And in between, we added a little sprinkle of Silence Esports, NG Pros, and L Officials, the ego lifters, lifting Rondo onto their shoulders. So, yeah, quite a bit of hard work has been done across the way. And all that hard work results into something, right? That is going to be the position where we find ourselves with the overall rankings, which should be coming up next. So excited to see just how much everything has changed up and what the situation and distribution is. And there's the answer, right? Now you understand why I said Resilience, we're not going to be able to catch Alpha, right? Because, well, they've got 28 points more. So, yeah, a nice considerable gap. Even with 4 winner chicken dinners, Resilience can't catch up to Alpha Legends. Well, not yet, right? That could all, of course, change come tomorrow. But as we see, our top 5 are sitting quite comfortable in the centuries, right? Everybody having 100+ points. So, it is right there. But you got to give up to... you got to give a shout out rather to Entity, right? 70 eliminations, 30 points, a very square and even 100. Now imagine if there was a winner chicken dinner in there somewhere as well, right? That would look very impressive. But I can tell you tomorrow for Silence, Zero Impact, as well as Blackstorm, it's going to be a pretty tough day to try and catch up to what the top 5 have been doing so far, right? So is our top 5 pretty much kind of confirmed? I think to some extent, yes. But it is going to rely quite heavily on what the top 5 does coming into tomorrow's first 2 games, right? If they don't unlock beast mode on Rondo, there might be an opportunity for some of the other teams behind them to play a serious game of catch-up, right? So Silence, Zero Impact, and Blackstorm, tomorrow's your opportunity, right? Go absolutely bonkers on the first 2 games, and you could be sitting right there in the top 5 yourself. So excited to see what the teams will bring.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super excited, especially for those first 2 rondos, because, like you said, that's going to set the pace for all of the teams going forward in the last 4 matches. We will pretty much know, I think, who's going to be in that top 5 based on those rondos where it's all to play for. So very much excited for that one. But so far, honestly, I think all the teams can be really proud. They've made a lot of adjustments. Some teams that didn't do so well on day 1 did really well today. I really enjoy what we've been seeing from all of them. So very nice to see all of that coming into day number 2. Day number 3, what are we thinking? I mean, are we looking for any surprises? Do you think there's going to be any twists coming into tomorrow?
What I want to see tomorrow is Silence doing what they did today, right? Of course, they started off the day with 29 points, right? They closed off the day sitting with 82 points, right? So that is almost 60 points that they were able to secure, right? Those 2 winner chicken dinners definitely going the distance for them. So if Silence can do that on day 2, right, there is a bit of hope for teams within the top 8, maybe top 9. I'm not quite sure, but it's pretty close. So you bring the heat. That's it. Bring the heat. All of it.
Yeah. And that goes for all of the teams, right? Bring that heat. We want to see that chaos. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. It is time to sign off for day number 2. We will be back same time, same place tomorrow for the final day of the PMNC NA Wild Card. Remember, only the top 4 go through to those PMGO regional finals, so it is all to play for. Stick around, have a good night, and we will see you all tomorrow. bye.